Perfect. Okay, well, good morning, everybody. Welcome. Glad to see everybody made it back today. It is Friday, one day away from the weekend, so we will get through today, a second day of budget. We do have Rick and Bill online, so I'll do my best to remember that you're there and include you in the conversation. If there is something that you want to ask, just put up your hand and Berkeley can remind me. Otherwise, I'll check in with you every now and then. And it is day 2, and I will call the meeting to order at 9:03 a.m. And is there a member of council that would like to adopt the agenda this morning? Thank you very much. Councillor Sheriffs, all in favor? That is carried. And we will jump right into our decision items. Today, we are talking about the 2024 fee schedule.
Thank you so much. Glad to see we have everyone join in, whether it be in person or virtual. So we're going to talk about the fee schedule. So we look at our fee schedule every year to see if any changes should be made. And there was a few years there where we made minor changes with, through some hard times. And last year we made quite a few larger changes, like to all our development, the new pool, Omniplex. We made a ton of changes last year that were fairly significant. So on those ones, we're not changing anything this year. And then next year, we'll start a gradual increase so that we don't get to the point where we have to do a major increase in a single year. But there were some areas where we did not increase. And so we readdressed those this year. So I will just highlight the changes and then I can take questions on any of the items. So on the colorful spreadsheet that I handed out this morning, and I sent those to the email, Rick and Bill. Hopefully you received it. It's also on screen, so I know it's going to be small. It's a lot of information on a single page, but hopefully you can follow along. So if you move to page 7 of the fee schedule, under 6.4 fitness programs. So we increased all the gym fees by 2.5%. There's nothing really to note other than we did not increase them last year, and they needed to be increased to keep up with the market. So those are all increased by 2.5%. And then we took out, these are not the gym. This is the fitness under the pool, the combination ones.
Programs,
for size and stuff. Yeah. And then the next section is public grounds. So those are parks and rodeo grounds and all those. And we did the same there. We had not increased those last year. So we increased those by 2.5%. Sometimes you'll see that the percentage on the right, sometimes you'll see they're like slightly over 2.5% or slightly lower. And it's just for, I kept it to the nearest 5 cents because otherwise it just gets, the numbers get a little crazy sometimes. So that's the reason there. The campground, we increased. Ball diamonds, we increased all the way across because none of those were increased last year, and the costs are increasing, so the associated revenues should increase as well. Then you get to, at the very bottom of page 8, we start with the public works fees. And we just changed the rural residential snow clearing to be a minimum of 100. That is to cover staff time for going out. The minimum was 25 before, and it just was not sufficient amount if we're going to go out to do snow removal for residential. So that's considering about 2 hours of time for our staff to do it.
The obvious question would be.
Oh, can you use your mic, Tom?
The obvious question is, are we in line with the county as they do their own?
Or residential snow clearing?
Yeah.
I am not sure. Shelley, do you know that?
It just seems like that they have quite a bit of that and then they charge this and that. They've got different fees because they're in a different ballgame. But I'm not sure how we would handle our residential snow clearing in the country estates, I guess is how we would call it.
Shelley can check into that and then let us know.
So,
Oh, Miller, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, no, just to curious that 2.5%, how did we get there?
We couldn't increase by 6%. That was too much. If we were the index, like if we went by inflation, that seemed aggressive. So we chose an amount. Like in prior years, when we were increasing every year, we would do 2 to 2.5, between 2 and 3%. So, yeah. So if you go down to page 9, we have Early Childhood Development Center. Those rates are kind of set. The actual childcare fees are pretty regulated by the provincial guidelines. And we increased our nutrition and our drop-in ever so slightly. Well, the nutrition increased by quite a bit to cover our fees for providing nutrition, and the government said that they're not going to allow that as an exception. So we
We
have
have to
to.
stay within that 3%.
Well, they, Hans, can you come up to answer the questions? I'm trying to remember what. I just want to make sure that we're communicating the right information, but it is regulated, these rates by, it is more than 3%, but we were allowed to go to 12.74.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. But so the fees for the childcare are regulated. And of course, when the province says their maximum is 3%, we can increase that. We saw last year, of course, that the province was subsidizing that as well. So with the no increase, let's say, direction from the province and going towards our $10 a day care, they will make sure that it stays at the level. Our nutrition program, of course, is different because that's a program that's outside the regulated fees for the province. So we set them ourselves and we make sure that that does not increase so much that it's a burden on the community, on the parents, basically. So the daycare is regulated by that 3%, but paid parents will not see a 3% increase based on what the province is doing to support to go towards that lower $10 a day care in the future.
Perfect. Colin?
So this will be the last year, however, so next year we will see the $10 a day. So when we're doing next budget cycle, we will account for $10 a day. Is that correct?
Thank you. The province set it for 2025. So we'll talk about that in next cycle when we talk about that year. Yeah.
So this will be the last year that will be subject to the 3% increase. Is that true?
Of course, all the information coming out, we're not sure how the province is going to regulate it towards that $10 a day care and how they're going to make sure that that's going to happen, but we'll see what that comes out of. Yeah.
So I believe the way that they will regulate or like adjust down to an average of $10 a day is through the subsidy portion and not through our rate. So I don't think, because we have to make sure that the impact of the childcare center remains. So I don't see it really impacting necessarily our bottom line, if you will. So whatever way they choose to do it, that has to remain, that we can actually efficiently, or like that we're not losing on the operator side. But I believe that they're trying to get to $10 a day on average. So you can have anywhere between $200 a month to $850 a month, depending on your income level.
Okay.
And then we move on to 12.2, which is under fire. And we're increasing all the command truck, all the equipment per hour. And that's based on the province. They set, the Alberta sets those fees. And so we're already charging those. So we just increased it on our fee schedule. And then we move down to 13.1 water. And that's where I was mentioning yesterday, it's going from 2.3 to 2.4 as per the utility rate study. And then down the smallest two meters are not changing, but all the others, so 25 millimeters down to 150 are changing around 6%, just over 6%. And that's,
Oh, go ahead, Colin.
Sorry, I wanted to just kind of understand the 12.2 there. So when we charge out, like, I guess, is that for operations, like to pay for fuel and, you know, wear and tear on the tires and stuff like that, or I guess, and where does that go?
that goes right into the fire budget. So they use that to offset all the other costs. Is Tom here? Oh, yeah, he's good.
So do we generally cost recovery, or is it, or are we, is it a deficit every time we take a call in based on these rates?
So those rates are for motor vehicle collisions on numbered highways. So anytime we respond, we submit invoices to the province, and then they pay us for our services, and they base it on per truck. So that includes the manpower plus fuel plus all the wear and tear on the vehicles.
And they set the rates.
Yes, they set those rates. Yeah.
Tom.
Go ahead, Emila.
Thank you. For the water, just curious, last couple of rounds, we had a little bit of issue with the annexed areas that some of them we were not billing. Did we figure all of that out?
You mean for sewer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we worked through all those issues.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. We did.
I like the clapping from the
Yeah,
gallery.
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. It actually ended up being a little bit less complicated, I think, than we even expected. So I would say, yeah.
The chairing committee.
Peanut Gallery. Then moving on to Aspen Waste, 13.4. So we had the only increases we had done to the fees since 2017, I believe, or 18, had been to 1 year we separated out in town, like inside town boundaries and outside town boundaries, and then we had increased outside town boundaries, but we hadn't done an increase for inside town boundaries. So this year we just applied a 2.5 across all the fees to make sure that we were starting to increase so we don't stay behind. And we had talked about hazardous waste and how we were going to sort of address it to start charging, because we let people bring propane bottles and various hazardous materials to the landfill for free. And the idea being that we want to motivate people to bring them there rather than to dispose of them really anywhere else. And so you see across landfills, most will accept them for free. That is the more common way to do it. But the problem is that then we have to pay to have them disposed of. So then we have to pay. Clean Harbors, I think, is who we use to pick those up and then dispose of them from there. So we started talking about like, hey, like, should we be charging, and what is the right amount to motivate people to still bring them? And then we also started talking about outside of town boundaries, they can bring them here for free as well. So should we be paying for that, and how that works? So we talked about putting on the fee schedule, but we couldn't. Shelley called. What's unusual, or we're sort of an anomaly in the fact that we have the county does not have enough people to have their own. Sorry, Shelley, can you come up and explain that? But most areas will have, the county will have their own way of disposing of it.
Yeah, I was thinking.
And so they don't really need to accept these types of materials from those. So I'll let Shelley explain a little bit better.
Yes, so when I reached out to a couple different municipalities, they had said generally you don't have to have a hazardous waste collection site unless your population reaches 10,000. So the county is at 7,000, so they aren't required legally to have a hazardous waste site for disposal. So what we just have been taking hazardous waste from the county and the town and not really tracking where it's coming from. So our idea right now is to track how much is coming from the county and how much is coming from the town. and then possibly have further discussions, or council can have further discussions through joint council to see if they'd be willing to cost share some of those expenses.
Okay, that's a good way to go about it, I think, for sure. We do have a meeting coming up. We can remember maybe to add that to the agenda.
Well, I want to track for at least 6 months.
I think just to let them know that this is what
This
we're
is what we're doing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
giving them a heads
absolutely.
up, I think, just a conversation. Tom, do you have a
The other
question?
thing, they have the annual collections, right? We have the annual bringing in your batteries free. They have the same thing. I don't know what they do, if they get a lot, or we should be combining that anyway.
Yeah, I've got a little bit more research to do with regards to it, but at this time, we just want to see what's coming from the town residents and what's coming from the county and kind of compile some data from that.
Yeah, we were learning a lot about landfills in the last couple of years since taking over from GFL. It's a lot of things in, and it's actually not, there's quite few landfills to compare to in the province, like, so it's, research can be a little bit more difficult than maybe some other areas of service that we provide, but yeah, we will definitely, that's definitely on the list of things to address this coming up year. Thanks, Shelley.
Perfect, thank you. Any questions? I'm not seeing any questions online. We'll keep going.
So then we get to the total works and we're increasing all fees all the way down through. And then when we get to the personal training rates, we're going to take that entire section out because we don't actually charge those. We hire essentially subcontractors. They rent a room and they pay us rent to rent a room, and then they charge their rates. So this is not, these aren't actually our rates. So we're going to remove that section from the fee schedule. And that's it for all the changes.
Just a quick question, we're competitive with the other folks that run their businesses?
I wouldn't say, I don't know, I will let Hans answer that question specifically, but I wouldn't say we're competitive.
Heather's here too.
Heather's here.
Morning, Heather.
Morning, Heather.
It's the old competitive question.
More of a YMCA, kind of like a family facility where he has an adult facility. So I don't feel like we're competitive with them at all. And we run our personal training programs differently as well. They actually work for them. They are like part of their team. Whereas mine, they contract. Basically, we take 20%, I think it's 20% off the top, and it's just like basically a rental for the gym equipment, and they all run their own programming. They do all have to fall within the same cost sharing, so it's nobody can outdo the other one. We have a flat rate that goes around to kind of keep all the girls on the same page. But other than that, no, we run two very separate things, and to kind of be cautious with, of course, history from before.
Hope so. Yeah, I just got my note from them that the rates are going up.
Yeah, they're very much an adult. You have to be 18 to go there. So there is an overlap, of course, there always will be, because it's not like we say an adult can't come. So there is an overlap, but still overall the very different types of gyms.
Yeah, and we do try to emphasize that they're a 24-hour type of gym, and we're, we have a limited hours, and we have children in our facility and families and that kind of thing. So I think that relationship has been mended somewhat.
Yeah, it seems when reading more and more about families working out together and bringing gym into in my day, that was not happening, but now it's getting to be more common, and that's so. I think it's a way to be ahead in the. It's a good business model that we run.
I hope so. Yep.
Amila?
Thank you. So when you talk about competitiveness, for all the fee schedules, like for aquatic facility, Omniplex and all of that, how do we compare with other facilities in other communities?
So for our facilities yearly, we do a check with all of our other municipalities. Plus, I'm part of RAY, which is a regional recreation group. So we meet every 3 months. we talk about our rates, what programs we're offering. We all work together in the same capacity to kind of make sure we're all on the same page. Also, if we have issues or programming or anything else that we'd like to share, we all kind of work together and we network together as well. So we're all on the same page and we're all kind of having the same rates. So yes, we are very, our ice is just a little bit cheaper, I would say, compared to other places, but we are slowly bringing that up. Of course, we had the 28% increase this past year, so.
Which is why we didn't increase it again this year.
Yeah.
So the idea being that then next year we can do small increases every year and not have to do a really large amount like that again.
Yeah, that's not ideal. Ideally, we should just raise it every year, just so it's not so hard on the customer.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Heather. Any other fee schedule questions?
Colin?
So we talked briefly about the rodeo grounds yesterday, and I see that we have it in our fee schedule here so do we collect that and disperse to the Lions Club, or how does that, work?
You might as well just stay here. I've got a hand up
Right back.
online too.
Sorry, the question was about the rodeo grounds?
So yesterday I had asked who kind of maintains and looks after that and all that stuff, essentially who owns it. And I think we were told yesterday Lions Club does, but it looks like we have a fee schedule and we're collecting and.
Yeah, so the agreement that we have with the Lions Club currently is we maintain anything outside the metal fence. Inside the metal fence is the Lions Club's property. We take the bookings for it, and at the end of the year, we cut them a check for whatever has been booked in there. The reason why we do that is because we take all of the bookings for that area, and they were not set up ever, like I read back, it was on onion paper actually, from 1964 when we made the agreement with them. So that's how long we've been in a partnership with them. I've pulled up their agreement and I am going to touch base with them because we are supposed to meet yearly, but I didn't know that because I've kind of just recently taken on more of that. So we'll start meeting with them regularly, and it's just basically to make sure that everybody's on the same page and the agreement is still working for everybody in both parties.
Now, do we charge any sort of administrative fee, or are we just?
No, it's never been in the agreement. A lot of those agreements that we have, I've recently pulled all of our town agreements with the Lions Club, all the different parties that we've had agreements with. And probably part of the problem with those really old contracts is there was never dates on them to have an end date with anything. So that's probably why it's good if we go back and have meetings with these groups to make sure it's working. Do we need to charge an administration fee? It's something that I'm just kind of going through all these contracts that we've had for many, many years. And a lot of us just go off word of mouth, like, oh, we're supposed to pay this or somebody pays that. But we've actually pulled all the paperwork recently and having a look at all that. And you're right that it might be something we need to look at is, should we do an administration fee for that? But they are nonprofits, so it's something we'll have to look at.
The question that arises there is cost sharing with the county and time allocation, all that sort of stuff. And
Yeah.
a part of that tab, and I don't know if they're amicable doing that. So
Yeah, it's not something that's kind of been ventured into. I have the contracts. I have to kind of look at them. I've got piles and piles of contracts to kind of go through to kind of, so I can get the story and the history on why we've done what we've done. And same with the Egg Society as well. That goes back to the 60s as well, as Tom well knows.
Heather, how much activity does the rodeo grounds see every year?
Not a lot. Mind you, COVID was kind of not good, and then there was some things going on. But I think the Egg Society has Mike Quirent now, who is also with the county. He's their new president, and he has plans to put on. He's really about tractor pulls and such. So I think we're actually going to see more activity there. He's quite eager to start doing more things. So, and I'd like to partner with them and see if we can't get some more action down there.
I just have a question from Rick online. I'll go to Rick.
Thank you. Sorry, this is in regards to we were talking about the county recycling program. I apologize. I thought we were done with this stuff. But anyway, the county once a year, yeah, has their roundup, takes all that stuff, oils, batteries, everything, et cetera, and then hauls them away to get recycled, just the way we do. And they do accept fridges, freezers that need the refrigerant recovered. They accept them all year round at their transfer stations. So just a little clarity on that is all I wanted to throw out there.
And do they accept the, I guess, all hazardous waste, Rick?
Yes, they do, but just that one time a year. But it
Just
is
the one time
available.
a year?
Yeah, but it is available to their residents. They accept everything when they do that drive.
Okay. Oh, did you have something to add, Elvira?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was once or twice a year, but yeah, but that, the service at our landfill is all year round, and so that's why we need to track it, so.
Okay.
So we talked about not accepting, but that would be like not accepting out of town because they have their own, but they have certain times of the year, so that
To
might
do
not-
it, yeah. Okay, is that it, Rick?
Just one more thing, as far as the rodeo grounds, I know that Mike Querent expressed some frustration. This was a conversation from quite a while ago, but he was frustrated with not being able to book a time every year so they could plan their like the tractor pulls that were referred to earlier. So just something to think about. If we do want to work more closely with them, maybe we can ensure or work out a recurring schedule that they can rely on. That's it for me. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Rick. Did you have anything, Heather? No?
No, I talked with Mike and he hasn't mentioned anything that was a concern at all, but I mean, I can reach out to him and just kind of see where that come from.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, Tom?
This ties into it. In my view, we've been trying to develop a relationship with the Ag Society, with the Lions Club, because the overall greatest and best use of that whole area needs to be really understood. And I
Yeah.
think, quite frankly, we could do a far better job if we took it under community or under our auspices of renting. And, and it just seems so disjointed. And
Yeah.
I also have to think that as all clubs are losing members, that it's getting pretty thin and they need people. And so it's probably time to really dust off those relationships. And
Yeah.
I don't know, Heather, if you're the lead hand on that or whether.
I've recently taken it on. Just because I kind of take care of the ball diamonds and the rentals of that. So it kind of fell in that wheelhouse. And I was curious because there's a lot of handshake deals or, oh, this is what I said about 25 years ago. So I was like, oh, maybe I should pull up some paperwork here and kind of actually see. And then you can kind of read the history of the whys and hows. And then it explains now, okay, this is why the understandings. And then if we have to make new agreements, then we can do that. But definitely we can help some of these older clubs as well. I've spoke with Mike quite a bit about partnering and maybe helping them advertise and helping them kind of, I mean, everyone's having a problem with finding volunteers these days. So
This may be the year. Good for you, Heather. Thank you.
yeah.
And then just one question, Heather, how many contracts do we have? When you say you're
Um,
kind of going through them, how many are?
There was quite a few sent to me, but just over the years, and different clubs have kind of changed. And our main ones would be like the Lions Club, Rotary Park, Minor Ball, the Ag Society. That one's a big one that's changed over the years as well. So the file's really thick on that.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and then a lot of these clubs, it's unbelievable to me, but it's from the 60s. Like our Lions Club is from 1964 is when they partnered with the town. So very long term.
I might want to revisit some of them, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Okay, so any other questions on the fee schedule? No? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to mention yesterday, the one question that I couldn't tell you is how much donations for education.
Oh,
And so
yes.
I went and looked because it was bugging me.
Okay,
And we had it recorded in donation account. It's zero fee, but on the balance sheet just to track and then see how much we could recognize each year.
Yeah.
But total was 46,955. So that was the Pembina sponsorship for 6 students, $30,000. And the auction items, live auction and silent auction throughout that night.
and Whitecap,
Whitecap, yep.
Metal Necks.
That does not include Metal Next. This is just for that event.
Oh, that's just for the event.
That's for that event.
Oh, so the 46,955.
Yeah.
And then plus there's the Metal Necks and then
And
Rotary
Yeah.
on top of that. Okay, and so do you know what that is in total with the gala, Metal Necks and Rotary? And the only reason I ask is if we can just get that number when we come, because I think that might help when we're looking at, if we're wanting to contribute to the zero fee, right? And if we look at, well, these are the funds that we have.
Yeah, we can pull up the numbers from, the Rotary was 12.5.
Yeah,
And then the only thing I'm not certain of is if this is the last year of Metal Next or if there's one more year of Metal Next. I just need to look that up, but
Sure.
that's fairly simple. But yeah, this is all the donations and sponsorships from the gala.
okay, perfect. Thank you for that. I do see someone's hand. I can't see from here. Berkeley. Oh, that's Rick. Rick, did you have another question? I still see your, oh, thank you. Okay, perfect. Okay,
Awesome. I'm ready to move on to the operating projects. So we're going to jump down to community services because Lola has somewhere else to be this afternoon. So we're going to jump to building rehab for museum, which is on page 14.
page 14, everyone online. Lola is going to, we're not following the order of the agenda or of the list, I guess, the draft operating project list. We are on, which one?
Page 14.
Page 14. Good morning, Lola.
Good morning.
Yeah.
You can hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so the first of the operating project cases is the Drayton Valley and District Historical Society Community Hamden House Restoration Work Project. During council presentation, Charlie Miner did present that they do have a project that needs some restoration work. It's the Hernan House, which is an old farmhouse from an area built in 1950. It was donated to the museum and moved on to site in 2009. Restoration work is needed, including shingles to restore paint and windows and doors, repair wall damage caused by rainwater leakage, and several other things that would maintain that house as the historical piece that it is. It should be noted that all materials used in the restoration work done in the heritage fashion necessary to maintain in the 1950s era appearance of the building. So the total cost of the project is expected to be around $135,000. They will be submitting, actually they have submitted a similar request to Brazos County. And they will be looking to submit an application to CFEP for this project. So as mentioned, they did present this to Brazos County Council. I did become aware yesterday that Brazos County did make a motion to approve their request, contingent on that the town of Drayton Valley also approves their request. The request made to the town is $33,500. The equal request was made to Brazos County.
So the request is for $33,500.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
So I guess as far as project justification goes, the Hernan House, the integrity of the structure may be impacted if the request is not made, therefore we'll lose a historical piece of the museum. Is there any questions?
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Any questions? Tom?
Where is this on our agenda? Is this sort of a single request that's coming in that fits with budget or doesn't fit with budget? Or is this just a special day to be at or?
No, they came in and made a request a few months
Yeah,
ago.
I remember that, yeah.
And so then,
Just fitting it in. So are we expecting more of these to come right now, today?
well, yeah,
Yes.
all the requests that have come
Okay,
in, like
okay.
from over the last few months for
Opportunities.
this coming up year, they're
Right.
all in here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and so will we gather those all up? You're putting this forward now as one, and so we'll gather that number. And then at
Correct.
the end,
That's
we'll
correct.
check, or.
Yeah.
Okay.
In your agenda, there should be a list and you can see them all and you can see the total requests that are coming forward. But yeah, you're right. So you can evaluate once all the presentations are done and you can look at them all together and make your decisions. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. There's no questions online. So with this request, this is the additional request that came from the Historical Society. There was a request as well for the gazebo.
Yeah.
That money, remind me, has been allocated still, right? That's sitting in reserves or?
Well, it's right now, it's still for this year.
It's
I
still
haven't
for
moved
this
it
year,
into
okay.
reserves, but
So
yeah.
we still have that there. Museum gazebo. And then they also asked for an annual contribution. So what was I'm just thinking when they came and did the presentation.
Yeah, we have a line item on our operating budget to help them operate. So we pay them, I believe, 27,500. That's in our core operating budget.
27,500. And that is for just the annual contribution.
Right, just to operate the museum. So I believe, and I'm not 100% certain, but I believe the county contributes into their operating as well.
Yes, they do. Yeah.
Okay. And has that number increased? Has it changed? Are we?
It did increase 2 years ago. It went from 25,000 to 27,500.
But not this year.
But not this year.
Not this year.
So we do have in the operating budget, the 27.5. We have slated still from the current year, the gazebo project, and this is the new project coming forward. Okay, any questions, Monica?
Can you remind me what we set aside for the gazebo project?
20,000.
Colin?
Is it possible to do this multi-year, like in a staged manner? So not all next year, potentially over the course of 2 years or 3 years? I mean, they do have lots of work to do, it looks like, but I mean, typically your shingles are probably the biggest thing to keep your structure, right? So I'm wondering if there's an
10,000
opportunity to, maybe 10 grand a year or something, or.
I do have a meeting with the Historical Society next week. It's certainly a question that I can pose to them.
Okay, good suggestion, Colin. Amila?
You mentioned about the CFIP grant. Do you know that they've received that or they applied for that?
They've only said they will submit. I believe they're still working on that application.
I think it was submitted already because the deadline was September, October when I talked to.
Okay, so then probably it has been submitted since they were in. So I guess they're looking for the town and the county to do the matching required contribution for a CFAP grant.
I think that CFIP grant was for the gazebo though. And that's what they were still waiting on. It wasn't for an additional. Okay, if there's, Colin, did you have another question?
Sorry?
No, nobody's online. Okay, well, thank you very much. So I think right now, we're probably not going to decide whether we'll consider, we're going through everything, and then we'll circle back around and decide which ones we're keeping and how much we're doing.
Yeah, I think that's good to hear them all and then come
Yeah.
back and make your decisions. So you can
Perfect.
move on to the next one, Lola.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, so the next one on the list was the Youth Advisory Committee. The Youth Advisory Committee was established early this year. They are actively operating, as you saw in last council meeting. They are very enthusiastic, excited, and engaged in being a part of municipal processes. In 2023, council did approve $3,000 for the inauguration of the Youth Advisory Committee. After recruitment for 7 positions, we received 9 applications. So therefore, council made a motion to revise the terms of reference for 9 positions instead of 7. All 9 are actively attending monthly meetings and receive a stipend for each meeting. A longtime young adult volunteer, Chase Combs, was contracted to mentor the Youth Advisory Committee. The contract has ended. However, he still continues to support the committee. So it would be my recommendation that we also offer him that monthly stipend to attend those meetings. So therefore, in stipends, we're looking at 9 Youth Advisory Committee members, 1 mentor that received the typical $50 per meeting, 12 meetings per year, $6,000. We do provide some refreshments at each meeting, so for about $50 per meeting. That's a total of about $600. And they're looking for just some items that might help them become more visible in the community. They're looking at hoodies, lanyards, some marketing tools, some compensations for youth to participate in their surveys. So they're looking for $1,000 for that. So the request, there's already $3,000 in the budget. The request is for an additional $4,600 for the operation of the Youth Advisory Committee for 2024.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions? Questions online? No, I don't think there's any questions there. Thank you. And then do something additional.
Pardon me?
Do you have anything else to present?
Yeah, I have a whole list.
Okay, keep
Yeah,
going.
I'm going to be here for a little while.
Okay.
Your worship, at the start of the operating project listing, there's one sheet that lists them all.
Okay.
Just so you have that.
So you're doing all community and rec?
With the exception of 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, with the exception of 1.
I just don't have a name, so that's why on my list here. So I wasn't sure if Lola was doing,
Gotcha.
how many Lola was doing.
Um,
Just, so we've seen it all, we hear it all. Do we need to hear it again? In other words, the explanation of the youth committee was this. Do we need to go through that one more time just so that we're really sure, or is it? I'm not sure what we're doing here.
I think that some of the asks have changed. Like Lola says, we do have a youth committee established and there's an increase. So some of them will have changed and not everybody will recall what asks have come as delegations. And then as well as there'll be projects coming from administration that we might not be aware of as well.
And importantly, also, there might be people participating in this meeting that maybe don't know the context. So just
It's
going over them could
public,
be
yeah.
helpful.
And great for Wally, yes, our new CAO. Okay.
Okay. So the next one is the reconciliation and cultural diversity. So one of the priorities identified in the strategic and corporate business plan is creating a diverse and welcoming community where everyone is safe, secure, and feels a sense of home and belonging. In light of reconciliation, a focus on continuing to build relationships with our Indigenous community members and neighbors, as well as other cultural community members, is recommended to bring recognition to the cultural diversity in the community. So the scope of the request is, and this is would be a new line item in the budget, educational sessions for council and administration, focusing specifically on protocol, on treaties, on relationships facilitated by elders. So that would include things such as supplies, tobacco, honoraria. There are some things that we could do in light of reconciliation, things such as we've looked at some other communities. Other communities have things such as the land acknowledgement statement up on the wall of all municipal facilities. Some communities have flags. We have the shawl that was painted on last year on September 30th. we do have the intention of bringing in Ally to talk about that shawl and to hang it up in Civic Center. We looked at providing a plaque of explanation of the significance of the shawl and maybe some photos that would show all the different community members that have been a part of the development of that shawl. So just some of those things. And also some training, additional training. So we have been working really hard at building relationships with our Indigenous community members. So I would like to keep that momentum going. And as they would say, and as we know, reconciliation is not just on September 30th. It's a journey throughout the whole entire year. So the request would be $6,000 to be able to continue that path and that journey up until September 30th, where we do intend on doing some things as well.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions on this, Anila?
Thank you, Lola. So I guess we went on round and round for a little while to figure out which flag goes down, which flag goes up, and all of that. So you're mentioning flag and flag poles. Is that included in this?
Yeah, it's a possibility. Of course, it would be something that we would discuss with council further. But those are just some of the things that we've seen in other communities that we may consider doing.
Okay. If that's the case, if there's a cultural or multicultural event, then we can put that flag up or something like that.
For sure.
Thank you.
So the 6,000 would be for education, events, things like that.
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions? We have no questions online? Okay, perfect. Thanks. You can continue.
Okay, the next project is a Newcomer Settlement Center and Youth Center Project Coordinator. So again, under that same priority in the business plan of creating a diverse and welcoming community, there's two items that have been listed in that strategic plan, one being a newcomer welcoming center and a youth center. So the scope of this statement, so these projects have been in lots of discussion. The Multicultural Association has brought forward a request for a space. It's been in discussion for quite a long while in terms of needing that specific space where newcomers could come. With the increase of people coming to the community through the rural renewal plan, Drayton Valley Community Learning Association just reported 2 days ago that in the past 6 months, they've had 52 people now coming through the English as a Second Language program. So we're certainly seeing an influx in those new community members coming through. A youth center, there's lots of research that shows the importance of a youth center. We've heard through the RISE project, as well as the recent surveys that the Youth Advisory Committee has done, that there's definitely a desire amongst the youth in the community to have a youth center. And as I mentioned, this has really been at the side of the desk. And they're both really huge projects, really huge projects. So the scope of the statement would be to hire a staff member for 3 days a week. That part-time coordinator would be responsible for collaborating with community partners, researching examples of other communities who have created successful facilities, grant writing, fundraising, creating a business plan, finding potential spaces, and just really digging in and making this happen. There's lots of excitement and momentum in the community right now. And I'm not going to go through all this research pieces because I think we all know the importance. Just some additional notes since I wrote this proposal is since the presentation from the Multicultural Association, FCSS has initiated a committee now. The committee has had 2 meetings so far. Members of the committee are the Drayton Valley Community Learning Association, FCSS, Drayton Valley Multicultural Association, Chamber of Commerce, the Drayton Valley Tourism and Hospitality Association, Growth services is also a part, and space again is definitely high on their priority list. So the request would be for a one-year position, again, just to dig in, get this project done. And the request would be for 45,000.
$35,000? Is
Oh, yeah,
that correct?
yeah, it should be 35,000.
Okay. Any questions? Colin?
So I guess when it comes to like newcomers and such, so DVHTA is engaged. Have they given any inclination as to whether or not they contribute financially at all, or?
As far as a position goes, or as far as a space goes?
Either or.
I like, they are engaged in the committee for sure. They're excited to see something happening. They're seeing lots of newcomers even staying in the hotels. They didn't indicate that they would have any ability to provide funding for a position per se, but they're certainly engaged. Again, it's one of those things that everybody sort of has on the side of their desk, and no one has the capacity to really concentrate on this particular project. And most communities, as far as a youth center goes, we have done some research into what other communities have done as far as youth center goes. We know that most communities our size do have something, whether it be a municipal youth center, a not-for-profit operated youth center. We definitely know that what the youth are looking for is in terms of the informal drop-in space that would fit really nicely with the youth hub. But yeah, again, it's about just that dedicated time to get it done.
Camilla?
So just from my understanding, in the end, this person will bring a proposal back to the town, mentioning that this is the space that we need to create and what kind of services we need to provide.
Yeah, what funding might be available, whether, I mean, I think that there could be a partnership between the two needs. I very much see that one facility could provide both needs. So yeah, that would be the plan, to have somebody dig in and decide, this is the grant funding available, work with those different groups that need to be a part of the partnership, look for the grants, come up with a business plan, and have a plan by this time next year, if not sooner.
Thank you.
I guess my question is, why would we be hiring a coordinator? And I ask that because it sounds like the groups and organizations have done a great job of getting together now and coordinating. So why wouldn't this just continue to be a committee to have the Multiculturalization Community Learning Association, McMahon, and everybody at the table, and then have whoever's the chair, we have a member of council possibly appointed on that, or the member, and they come back and deliver that, the same as we have created this youth advisory committee. It just seems like we're duplicating, and then we're paying for a coordinator on top of that. I know that space was an issue, so I don't see a problem as finding space. Like if we find the space and then let the groups figure it out on their own and come up,
This
because
person would just.
rather than us, it just seems like we would be getting our nose in that. And I think that, wouldn't it be up to the groups to be driving this?
I think it would be, this person would support them and create the capacity in the community for it to happen. It wouldn't be us taking on the project and doing it ourselves. It would be about this person helping them along so it actually happens.
Wally?
Thank you, Worship. And I did review these projects and gain a little bit more understanding around what's being requested here. I think maybe the title is a bit misleading, youth coordinator, whatever we called it. But really, I think what you're looking for here is a bit of a research assistant or a business analyst come up with a business plan and around how much space would be required, because that is the kernel of the issue, right? You want to create a space for these groups to get together and do things. So what I'm hearing is that there's no capacity right now to do that on top of all the other things. So to load that onto a community-based organization usually doesn't really work unless you've got a very a great volunteer who is dedicated and puts a lot of time into it. So is that right?
Yes.
So
Yeah, that was really well articulated. Thank
so it's really to find that space, have a look around, and you know, I get concerned about how that is funded. I don't see how this one is funded here, if it's from tax, grant, or reserves. Just it's tax funded. So to do that, we'll take some time, and it's probably really related to figuring out some other of our space challenges, right? So I know that we are very confined here in the Civic Center, and we have other options that we're looking at, Your Worship. So it may be that we have to wait until that gets a little bit more settled before this is done. Not sure, but that's what the request is really for.
Okay. I guess my understanding was we had created a space at the curling rink in, I think, the boardroom there for not-for-profits that we were letting them use. So I would just think, why would we not let these groups get together in either there or the CTC to have the meeting and then figure out what they need and come as a group all together as the ask, the same as the youth committee, rather than us spending $35,000, right? Let the youth, or let the organizations and the groups at the table decide. That's just, I guess, my concern. Amila?
Yeah, no, I agree with Wally's comments, just because it's been a while that this has been discussed in the community. And I see this similar to what we've done with the landscaping of CTC, where we are hiring a professional to do landscaping design for us, and then we're going to go ahead with that. So something similar, we are hiring a professional to give us a roadmap, per se, a business case, as you mentioned, what kind of a space would work in our community, and what services do we need to provide within this framework. And then we can discuss with these community groups that's already engaged, or maybe that person will engage more community groups to make this happen, and then come up with a solution to continue that, right? So I understand where you're coming from. Thank you.
Any other questions? Anyone online? No? Okay. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to call a break. Some of us have an appointment and a phone call to make. So I'm going to call a 10-minute break, and then we will reconvene and jump back into community services. So for those online, we'll be back in 10 minutes, please. Okay, everyone, we will reconvene again at 10:18, and we'll jump back into our draft operating project list. Ms. Lola Strand is going to continue down the list.
Sorry. These findings will be used to add context to the quantitative analysis and to better describe the needs of the municipality. And they would do an affordable housing strategy, which would provide direction for policies and methods to achieve housing outcomes by performing stakeholder consultations and analyzing existing policies, practices, and housing trends. Housing strategies are designed to be engaging, accessible, and transparent to all stakeholders. They provide a clear action plan to address housing barriers that could be utilized by municipal staff or community organizations to encourage collaboration, shared ownership, and development of housing within the community, including the Bradview Foundation's application to the province. So there is a FCM planning grant that the RDN will apply for us on our behalf that would cover 80% of the cost of the proposed activities, which has been quoted at $35,300. Just some additional notes. I did send you an email last night with some additional information. The communities that have received reports thus far are the City of Airdrie, which did result in their successful application to the province's partnership program funding. The town of Trochu, Pincher Creek, Claresholm, Merithorpe, and Bow Island so far has participated in this initiative. And I found that Merithorpe was particularly interesting and maybe most relevant to us because they actually looked at bylaw amendments, repurposing existing vacant buildings and sites into residential use. They did community engagement, promotion and marketing. They facilitated housing partnerships and collaboration, and they addressed legislation and regulations that affect residential development and did that whole housing needs and demand survey. So the need for housing has been recognized in the community by many stakeholders. This work would pull the community together to develop a plan to move forward. Without a clear strategy, we may not be successful in the development of housing options for all income levels. So the RDN has concluded that it would take about 6 months to complete the needs assessment, consultation, and affordable housing strategy. The needs assessment and consultation would be completed in the first 3 months, followed by the affordable housing strategy. They were willing to start the work early in 2024. So I guess a risk to this project is that a part of the criteria for the FCM grant is that there be a project being planned. Administration is working to establish community partners that may fulfill that requirement. If the partnership is not developed, we may need to pay the entire cost. Should we not move forward with the development of the strategy, the knowledge the community has gained is fragmented and may not lead to a community plan to guide the future development. So the Bradview Foundation is a potential lead partner pending board approval. Bradview Foundation was going to speak to the board about that. Stakeholders included in the process would include developers, realtors, businesses, nonprofits, youth, seniors, and adults. So again, they're quoting $35,300. The goal would be that we would receive the FCM grant, which would cover 80% of that. Doug has also been working with me on this proposal as planning and development. Did you have any comments or anything to add at all? Okay.
Okay, so I guess any questions? Tom?
Thank you, Colin. So we're tying it all together. I'm just sort of projecting ahead. These are relatively small numbers, but it's small numbers being the needs assessment. Eventually, in the end of all of this, my hope is we'll have a project that we can put forward to the government using some federal funding and some provincial funding for additions to both the Shangri-La Lodge and for housing, affordable housing. And here's what we're ready to put in.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what we're going to need from you. And you had talked about 6 months?
Yeah.
To get to a needs assessment Finish? or-
from start to finish to get to the actual needs assessment completion. So,
Right.
so yeah, it would be about 6 months, and I think it would do a couple of things. It would certainly support what the Brazeau Foundation is doing with their application to the province. The city of Airdrie, as I mentioned, was successful in their application, largely in part with working with the RDN to get the data that was needed to produce a good application. And secondly, it'll provide some guidance also to our own internal processes as far as what we can do to encourage development outside of affordable housing even. So it would help the Brazeau Foundation. It would also help us as well, I think, because it would be the gamut of housing options.
Right, and so we brought on Wednesday in council some of our needs, and that's just some of them, right?
Mhm.
But just to put it together in a really solid document, it's gonna take that kind of time, and I understand that, so,
Yeah,
and resources.
I emailed you last night. Did you see? So just a couple of examples of the report that would then be the end results and some of the recommendations and things that they would perhaps give us
Right,
that could really lead to some significant change.
okay, thank you.
All right, Mel, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I'm trying to understand the proposal itself. So this is to actually do a research of some kind, right?
Yeah.
In the community, 35,000, 80% will come from ARN.
Yeah.
From that 35,000.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And this will again tell us what housing that we will need in our community.
Yes,
Okay, and
Yeah.
then we can discuss how we achieve that, right?
exactly. And we could use this research and this work to support any potential projects or funding applications that we may want to pursue as well.
Right, yeah, and you know, it could be Town Brain Valley, it could be Brazeau Foundation, it could be
Exactly.
anybody else, right? So
Yeah,
at
exactly.
that time, we'll have that discussion.
That's exactly correct.
Okay, sounds good. Thank
Yeah.
you.
We're good. So sorry, I didn't quite hear that. So the ask is 35, but the actual is likely 7,060 based upon that? Okay. Do we have anybody online asking any questions? Is it I see a hand there. Okay, no further questions, I guess, on that one. We can move on to the next one. Eagle Park, Blue Rapids Park Council operating expenses.
That one is coming from Mr. Van Claveren. So either do you want to pop up and do it or do you want to go whenever I'm done?
Sure, we'll just pop over to opportunity from request then. And
Okay. Okay, so this is the Opportunity Home request. Opportunity Home is a privately funded nonprofit registered charity that provides residential addiction treatment and recovery to men under license of the Alberta Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions. They opened their doors in February of 2023 with a mission to combat substance use disorder and concurrent disorder within our community with a mandate to help as many men as possible. They provide clients with a 90-day evidence-based model treatment program based on a 20-year model of success developed in Kelowna. So during the November 15th council meeting, council was asked to consider supporting the operations of Opportunity Home in 2024 with a contribution of $100,000. The same request was presented to Brazeau County as well. I did note that council administration may be in a position also to support Opportunity Home to attain funding needed through advocacy to the government of Alberta. And on that note, Senior Policy Advisor David Kerr from the Ministry of Mental Health and Addiction is coming to Opportunity Home next week, and I've been invited to attend that meeting as well. So I do intend to do some advocacy work during that meeting to see if they can get some additional provincial funds. So their request is $100,000 for 2024.
Open it up for any questions. Questions?
I did confirm that Brunswick County did decline the request.
Okay. I don't have any further questions either, so we can move on to floater position at ECDC.
Okay, so this request is for the creation of a floater staff position to be on site every day. This position would be a one-year pilot period to be evaluated before budget deliberation at the next fall in order to decide on potential continuation. So there's some challenges going on over at the ECDC. Staff are finding it very challenging. There's a number of tasks throughout the day that don't include childcare. Staff are going out of the rooms to do things such as dishes in the kitchen, laundry, picking up snacks, doing toy rotation, those types of things in order to stay in ratio while they're doing those tasks. They're having children tagging along. So for example, I was sitting in the kitchen working and a staff member came in with a cohort of about 6 children and they all sat down on the wall, against the wall, while staff member was doing dishes. Whenever a staff is unable to do that, then we have members of the administrative team, including the program manager, the assistant manager, or the admin assistant, doing tasks such as the daycare manager comes in first thing in the morning and is doing dishes and doing laundry. During the day, admin staff is dropping off snacks, picking up dishes after afternoon snack, and washing and checking laundry and doing those types of tasks. By doing all those things, it is causing stress on those positions to get their actual work done throughout the day. Another challenge that they are having is during the time of COVID, there were changes in the provincial funding of how PUF funding works. So PUF funding used to be allocated when there was children in the center who had extreme learning deficits or extreme behaviors. That funding is no longer accessible. Therefore, staff are dealing with children with sometimes extreme behaviors or learning deficits, and that is also adding stress on the staff in those rooms. For example, if there's a child who's having a behavior, then that leaves one staff dealing with that one child while another staff is dealing with all the rest of the children. A third challenge that the CDC is currently having is the number of absence rates that have increased as of the last couple of years. In the calendar year of 2023, there's only been 5 days where a call-in casual was not called in to cover things such as sick time, vacation time, family sick time, those types of things. So the amount of absences has grown significantly. So the proposal is that we add a floater position. This position would be a level 1 childcare worker that would support the work on the floor. The role would be very flexible and one that would be utilized to cover staff who are making doctor's appointments that they take in throughout the day and then return to work. Cover kitchen duties when the cook is absent, and this is very hard to backfill when she's absent. Performing extra cleaning during outbreak status so that the staff cannot get to, which would decrease the number of illnesses in the building. Helping out during stressful transitions and support caregiver from burnout, caregiving staff from burnout. Alleviate admin staff from bathroom breaks, dishes, etc. This type of floater position is common practice within many other centers and really brings balance to the workplace. What I can say is that the administrative staff is short one position right now. So we're kind of piloting that floater position just during this month. And a comment that we received was room staff was that it's so nice to be able to actually take a bathroom break. So I can't imagine a workplace where I don't have time or the ability to go to the washroom when I need to. So it's already showing a big impact and alleviating much stress from, I think, the entire team, because it's a whole trickle effect. If staff in the rooms need support, then they're looking to the administrative team to support, and that's causing stress because they're not getting the things done at their desk. So it just adding this one floater position would alleviate so much stress and make the entire team work much more effectively, is what we see happening just with this little bit of a trial. So childcare is a fluid and day-to-day and week-to-week operation. Priorities change. We have mechanisms in place, but to ensure that we have sufficient time for good communication processes, a floater will create this supporting the operations instead of having admin and management staff cover tasks in and outside of classrooms, vacation, absence, meetings, training days. Training days is not something that I've mentioned either. On training days, coverage needs to be found so that staff have the ability to do the training that's required of them. The floater staff on those days can now be utilized to step in, so there's always staff during absence. So the proposal is to hire one level 1 staff for 6 hours a day. The cost would be $28,080 per year, benefits being $4,000 per year. So the total cost would be $32,080 per year. However, something to note that because we do lots of hiring of call-in casual staff, we expect that cost, because that's an additional cost, would decrease by 25%. So the actual projected cost would only be $24,060. With the cost sharing in place with Brazos County at 50%, the net budget impact for Drayton Valley would only be $12,030. Is there any questions about that?
Perfect, thank you. Well, it's nice that we get to have an ask on the or item line that says contingent on the county, as they put in their budget with us. Any questions? Anyone online have any questions? No, okay, thank you.
I think I'm done.
You think you're done?
I
Okay,
think I'm through them all. Thank you.
thank you very much. Are we going to circle back around to Hans? Is that how we want to do it? Okay, perfect.
Good morning. So I will team tech a little bit with the others in my team as well here. So for EBPR, that's the Parks Council for Eagle Point's Blue Rapids, an operating support is requested. A little while ago in August, basically the representatives of EBPR Parks Council came to council here, presented their annual review, what they are doing. And that included a discussion about costs and increase of cost on their side. So after that meeting, they were invited basically to put that on paper in a letter, which we got in August, requesting funding for operations support. Basically the council and everybody that's involved in Eagle Point's Blue Rapids knows what they are doing in the events that they are pulling off for the residents. It's of course in the area just besides our town, but they do a lot of activities that our residents enjoy and visit. They also do some activities in town. So let's say the fire on ice activities. So they provide a service for the community, and that's why they were basically invited to bring this request forward. So that's why this is written as administration on behalf of Eagle Point's Blue Rapids, the Parks Council. The request was $5,000 for their operating costs. That would be then an amount, of course, for taxation and could continue in the years after, but it requires a taxation of $5,000 increase to fund this. With that, basically, any questions? I'm here.
Very much. Any questions for Hans? No, doesn't look like there's any questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, mine's pretty self-explanatory, but I'm asking for some money for cameras. And I desperately need them. We don't currently have a camera system that's working in the Omniplex right now. And with the increase of traffic, I did some research on what other communities are doing, and they are saying that with cameras, it is a reduction of 30% of unwanted behavior in public places. So quite a drastic one. So we have quite a lot going on there. For this weekend, for instance, we have Jingle Ball, which we're expecting 1,250 people. We have a minor hockey tournament. We also have hockey hooky today. So we actually have a couple thousand people coming through the facility in the next couple days. And to kind of keep track, deter behavior, because there's so many vehicles, it also is an interest to other people to come and do bad things. So it's basically why we want that. We already have the cameras in stock, so I'd like to utilize what we have. We're not looking to get into any different technology.
Any questions? Did you have a question, Monica? Go ahead.
Is it just for inside or inside and outside cameras?
This would be inside, but we would have a couple that would be in the entryways so that it would kind of face out to the parking lot. Nothing in the parking lot. That would probably be something I would have to partner with Public Works, but it's not a bad idea. We used to have cameras, but that was the TELUS project, but that got scrapped.
So are the cameras for the 6,000, is that for installation, operation?
Yeah. Yep.
Both?
So it'd be because they're on we have them in stock, but it would just be to pay to run lines and to pay for the cameras that we have already.
Okay.
Yep.
Camila?
Yeah, so with the previous camera project that we are still working on, I believe we were planning on putting outside cameras on the parking lot of Omniplex, right? So
Could be. I'm not sure.
Tom
Juan,
would know
did
more
you have
about that,
something?
but yeah, I believe that is the plan.
Did you have anything additional, Hans, there with the outside ones?
So just to make clear this for council, this is a separate camera system. So this is really the in-house camera system that we have already, which is monitored basically on a, let's say, basis that we need it inside the Omniplex itself. So this does not tie into any other camera projects that's out there in the community, which of course bylaw and the other departments are looking into. So this is separate just for us to improve our system that we currently already have inside the facility.
so we have few cameras already and we are adding cameras to it. Okay, thank you.
Tom, did you have a question?
Just no, when we finished the project with TELUS, did they leave anything up or they took all of their equipment and wiring?
I can't remember what happened if they took it or not. I don't know if they took it because it was pretty high up. I think they just took the technology away because it was like wireless and stuff. So it just ended up being too costly. Like they gave it to us free, but not
Yeah.
really.
Yeah, I remember that, and I
Yeah.
thought maybe that was the idea in a sense, is to, once we had to pay, then we would sort of back off a little bit, but we would still be able to consider, as we are considering today, adding and using them on our own, at our own speed and at our own.
Yeah.
cost, right?
As far as I know, we have they're not hooked up or anything. We don't have any access to them.
And how would we be, and who would be, I guess, monitoring them? What would we be doing with the information? And how would they kind of fit under like the privacy and FOIP and all that? How does that kind of work?
Well, because we're a public building, most people, it would be just basically like myself or Barry or management that would be looking at the camera footage. If somebody's lost something, somebody's got something stolen. RCMP have come to us looking for footage as well once in a while. So it's not even all for just deterring bad behavior, but it could just be like, somebody's lost something and I was just sitting here last, can I look to see if it's still there kind of thing. So, but majority of this is to deter bad behavior, which we are seeing an increase of.
Wally?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to add on to that answer, if it's a new installation, looking at a new area, we'd be working with the Privacy Commissioner to make sure that that is acceptable. And Heather is exactly right. We often get requests from the RCMP if there was an incident, assault, anything like that. And of course, we grant them access to that. So I think these cameras inside the facility are to address blind spots. And of course, we need approval from the privacy commissioner because they are new locations. And I know that Hans is working on that.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay. Yeah, no, I get it's for this crime, for safety, for prevention and all that. It's just wondering who could all access that if it's, you know, the managers, it's not just everybody looking at that. It's
No.
available for the managers through the Privacy Act and RCMP and things.
It'd be very limited access because we have an old camera system in place now, but we just don't have access to it. The technology is really old. And even when we did, it was really grainy. So this would just be, of course, just management, facilities maintenance, and RCMP.
Perfect. Any other questions?
I think the question of the RCMP and the amount of times that they're called down to the arena for stunting and, you know, the kids and the garbage and all of the things that go on with that when you say a 30% reduction, I can see it would be that and more because you're now being filmed. So pay attention.
We're hoping that that's going to deter some of the behavior for sure.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the next one on the agenda is Agents of Discovery, the mobile technology platform. So in the past year, we brought this platform and this idea already forward in active, tested it out, and we discussed it in the Recreation Committee as well. And now we're bringing it forward to purchase into the licensing. This is an app that we utilized twice in a test. The first test was done in March, was way too cold in the beginning of the year, so that we did not have a lot of uptake. And we did it later on again, and also during the Alberta Day, when we did an activity in the, let's say, the disc golf park, Ivantoe. We had more uptake over there, so we are able to run this technology in the background as an administrative department. So the purchasing is basically for the licensing that you can utilize this on an ongoing basis. The discussions with Eagle Point's Blue Rapids Parks Council, they knew about it. They had used it before. They are interested, but for now they said like, hey, we want to be, let's say, utilizing it maybe once with you, and in the future we'll take a look into sharing costs. But at the moment, this is a proposal for us to buy a license that basically gives us two opportunities for an area that we basically promote activity over there. It's a platform that parents can utilize for a kind of scavenger hunt idea. We utilize it for promotion activities. So for instance, we can incorporate it in the pumpkin walk, make it a scavenger hunt at that moment, or utilize it to find every park in town, or do something during, for instance, the Christmas period, or find all the skating locations in town. So we can change it in the background and utilize this platform. It's not a widely used platform all over the place. It's more, let's say, already common in, let's say, foreign countries. We've seen a couple of them here in Alberta, and we expect at least to have a little bit of an uptake more in the future. We have close connection with the providers of this. So when we launch this in the first quarter of 2024, when we start with the first year, you see the cost will be $2,400, and then it drops down for the years after when you are already a customer. So that's why it drops down to $3,300 in the years after. With this, we hope to make a little bit of an extra reach out to parents, kids, and interest them and have a connection with mobile phones, but it's still being active outside, and promote your activities and promote your facilities that you have in town. If there's any other questions, please ask.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Nope, no questions. And that's it for you, Hans? You're up.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
The facility branding project is being brought forward again this year. We ran into some challenges in getting appropriate quoting together when we were trying to initiate the project earlier this year. So it is being brought back for Council's consideration again. The biggest issue that we ran into was, so as you can see on here, we had just scoped that to change the red to blue. And then what was discovered afterwards was these peaks on the ECDC that you can see. They were not included in the initial scope for repainting. And going forward, there's two options that we can undertake to address that. One is repainting and one is actually taking down the metal and replacing it with an appropriate color. In the research to do this, it was discovered that repainting them, the peaks, is not the best option as it is going to be quite intrusive and would impact operations at that facility. So it is recommended that we go with actually replacing the roofing. The cost to do that would be an additional $27,000 on top of the $15,000 or so that was projected last year. So it is being brought forward as it was a significant impact to the budget for Council's consideration.
Perfect, thank you. So when it came last year, there was 5 town facilities. Does it change the pricing for any of the other 5 facilities?
No, it was just those peaks on the
Just the
ECDC that
ECDC.
is causing that significant increase, yes.
Okay, so hypothetically, if we were to say, let's go ahead with 4 of the projects and not this one, the price would still be what we have budgeted for?
If we took the ECDC out
If
of
we took
it,
the ECDC out?
we could do some calculations. It would probably be a little bit less because there was some painting involved in that. There was some banners that we were putting up at that facility and logos on the door as well. So I want to say it's probably, actually, you know what, I can tell you.
Can you just remind us what we were doing to the other facilities? So ECDC was this, it would be an additional now, because the scope of the work is a bit different. So for the CTC, what were we doing?
At the CETC, we were putting logos on the front of the doors and on the back doors so that when people came to the facility, you see like, oh, this is a town Drayton
Okay.
Valley facility. Window decals on the staff offices and installing banners on the light poles so that when you drove into the facility, it's a branded like, oh, this is the town facility. I'm at the right place kind of a
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
So you can see
up
there, yeah,
That's
perfect, yeah.
the concept of what that could look like.
Okay, and then water treatment plant, Omniplex and MCC, do we have kind of pictures just to remind?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so there,
So you can see just the difference in just a refresh of the paint, the color to make it blue, and again, putting some banners up within the parking lot. We
okay,
used to have some a bit ago, but they were torn, tattered.
yeah,
And
weather,
especially, like most of our folks know that it's us, but you know, when you have all these people coming from out of town, they might not realize it's a town facility.
yeah,
Just kind of helps bring that continuity. And then,
Okay.
yeah, you can see with the Mackenzie Center and Omni too as well, just some painting, and those were not identified as being having significant challenges to do that.
okay, and then the water treatment plant, I guess just signage there, it looks
Yeah,
like.
just something on the front of the building. I
Oh.
don't think you guys get a lot of visitors out there, but just helps brand it a little bit. And then when you enter, as you can see, it's got like our old logo on it and just something maybe a little bit more visible when people drive in or drive past, like what's the town.
Okay, perfect. Any questions, other questions for Jen? Colin, go ahead.
So Omniplex and ECDC, I think those are the only 2 that we cost share on with the county. Is that correct? MCC, we don't. We do? Okay. So the thought is, do we want to include Brazeau County in this, considering they do pay a good chunk of the bill on some of these facilities?
Yeah.
Which also may go a little ways in goodwill. So I know that they've in the past talked about the fact that, yes, we're paying for stuff, but our logos aren't on anything. So it might be worth approaching them and seeing if there's an appetite. Throwing that out there.
Yeah.
More of a statement.
Good idea, yeah. Go ahead, Polly.
Thank you. Can I just make sure I understand that a little bit? So we cost share on operating costs and stuff, and am I understanding correctly, Councillor Clark, that you're suggesting that if we recognize them with a logo or a banner or something on our facilities, that we could cost share that project? Is that what we're looking at?
Well, I mean, I think there'd be cost for us regardless.
Yeah.
And I think we have that outlined. What I'm saying is extending them the opportunity to do the same, put their logo on those buildings as well, at their cost.
At their cost?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So at their cost, so the project may go up a little bit?
What I'm saying is, we'll go, let's say we proceed with this regardless.
Yeah,
We're going to put our logos on there, period.
yeah,
Just give them the opportunity to do the same. And if they don't want to, that's fine.
Yeah.
I think all I'm saying is just let's extend that opportunity to them and give them an opportunity. And if they don't want to, that's fine.
okay. And would we want to include, let's say, we're going to redo the front of the ECDC Omniplex, just some paint in that? Would you be interested in that too, or just the logo?
I think it'd be a tougher sell. We can ask, right?
Or would we want to sell it as a package to say the branding package costs, what's the exact? 47,000?
Correct.
42 for everything. Would you be willing to cost share a percentage of that? Of course, not on the water treatment, not on the CTC, but on the other 3 facilities for the branding. Heather, did you have a comment?
It didn't look like you can see it from the road. That you can actually see? Okay, I'll talk to Barry. It will.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, on the west side.
Oh, you can see it? Okay, I'll circle back with Barry because that will probably affect the cost. I was just told that that was just the one that you can actually see.
Okay, Wally?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question for council. I mean, so if we include their branding, I think it's not a bad idea. If we include their logos on town facilities, that's one of those decisions that can come back on administration with the future council to say, why did you do this? So if it's okay with council, I'd like a motion from council for us to consider that if we're gonna actually do that. So it shouldn't be a decision of staff. That should be a motion of council so that we can formally approach them and say, hey, we'd like to offer you this opportunity. And then in 10 years from now, we can answer that question as to why we did that.
Just wondering if we want to hold off, just because we did have discussion around the sharing of, there's an ask for the ECDC position, floater position as well. We talked about contracts with rec lands. We talked about hazardous waste. So there's quite an extensive list. So I think, going to bring these up as joint council agenda items first for a conversation. And then if there was a motion, we would come back and do it. Does that work? Okay. Amila? Oh, I'll go to Amila first and then we've got online.
No, thank you. I like the idea, but I'm a bit hesitant as well. Just because I think we need to have more conversation that the operations is shared, but capital sometimes shared, sometimes not. If we go to that extent, then we have to consider Parkland as well, because they are sharing some of the operations cost as well. So I think we need to have a bigger discussion about what logos goes on where, in my opinion. I think you're right, Wally, we should have a discussion and then have a motion coming to that, if that's what we're looking for at that time.
Yeah. Did you have anything, Alberta, to add to that?
Just that, that right now with the agreement, they are a 50% shareholder, which makes it different from Parkland. So Parkland pays a rate based on usage. whereas Resu pays on the rest of the deficit. So anything we do impacts their amount, but anything we do doesn't impact the amount that Parkland pays. But overall, yes, definitely a valid comment. Just wanted to point that out.
Thank you for that. And I can't quite see, is that Rick that we have online with his hand up?
Yes, it's me. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. I think we need to have our ducks in a row before we approach the county. You know, would we want to preface their logo with partnership or in partnership or something like that? But yeah, further discussion would be great. The only other question I had was, does the ECDC roof require replacement right now, or are we simply looking at replacing it to match the correct color scheme?
Good question.
Thank you for the question. You're correct. The information that I have from our facilities manager is that the roofing has a longevity of about 50 years, and we're about 15 years in. So it's not 100% like necessary. It would be more the aesthetic of the building.
Okay.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Just a comment in regards to that. I think I know it would be nice to have everything in line, but I'd be tempted to leave the roof until it requires replacement, and then match it up at that time. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. Yeah, I would agree. I think I like the facility branding, the ones on all the other things, getting little banners up. I think it adds to the beautification and everything, but staying within the budget that was allocated, I think, last year's. And I think for me, just going over that, I don't know if it could be postponed or something, right? Because like as Heather said too, then we'd be looking at the Omniplex roof. So then that's going to just keep going up that cost as well. So something to consider. Any other questions? No? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Council.
Can we go back up to the top now on the list?
Which one? Oh, now we're going to go to planning.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
That'd be
Okay,
great.
so we're done with community and recreation services. Thank you, everyone. And we'll move into planning and growth. First one up, SOS Media. That one? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Good morning, welcome.
Morning. So the Community Foundation are basically looking to do a campaign. And it's focused on healthcare campaign, and as well, on top of that, we look at maintenance costs for doing this campaign. So the whole scope and initiative for this is to create awareness for the town of Drayton Valley and to spark interest for residents living outside the community. In looking at doing a healthcare campaign, they looked at the shortage of rural medical professionals within Drayton Valley and seeing how that's a common trend among rural communities. And so their ask is for $50,000, which would be both for the campaign and for the maintenance fees. And this is subject, from our end, we're thinking that we should look at providing those funds subject to them providing analytics as well. So we're looking at web analytics, social media analytics, anything that they can provide to us to show the value of doing such a campaign. And we as well discussed a 6-month review and an end of year review as well to basically just sit down and sort of look at how this works out in 2024 and make a decision on whether to continue on to 2025 and beyond. And so the most recent update on this is that we did receive confirmation that the county approved $50,000 to the Community Foundation for this campaign. That is contingent on the town of Drayton Valley matching their funds. So yes, if you have any questions.
Thank you very much for that. Tom?
The Drayton Valley Hospital, Drayton Valley DVHTA are also was a funding partner, and we do know that have they agreed as well?
No, so for this one, with the conversations I've had with the DVHTA, they have not made any inclination towards funding this specific SOS Media project. So it's only the county that has made a commitment so far.
You remember though, was it a three-way split?
Yes, it was.
Yes.
The initial project was a three-way split between the county, the town, and DVHTA.
I just haven't heard from DVHTA.
I don't think that this is not one that they're taking part of. I don't think that we're waiting on it. I don't believe that they're contributing to this second campaign.
Okay, I do have, Bill, did you have your hand up? Okay, go ahead, Bill.
I was led to believe that the community foundation was involved, not the hospitality and tourism. But even in the first one, I don't think, I think it was just Drayton Valley Community Foundation.
DVHTA was the one that committed financially and is actually the owner of the project. They are the ones that contracted SOS. The DVCF, Drayton Valley Community Foundation, provided a lot of the volunteers to initiate it, and they were sort of the spokesperson, but the financial contributor was DVHTA.
And the town and the county.
Correct, yes,
Yeah.
yeah. The town and the county and DVHTA.
And you said that Drayton Valley Tourism and Hospitality is not funding this project?
I don't, as far as I know, this was not contingent on any requests outstanding from them. So I don't believe so, but they are on the next request, they are contributing to that one, the next one coming up.
Okay,
Entity Foundation is funding the other portion.
oh, Drayton Valley Community Foundation. Is that what you said, Bill?
Yes.
No? Colin's saying no.
This campaign and maintenance is being split between the town and the county potentially, with the volunteers being from Drayton Valley Community Foundation.
Yeah, and I thought that the tourism was approached as well. It was supposed to be a three-way again. Is what, when we were, when the presentation was presented to us. Did you have any other question, Bill?
I'm just looking for some information.
Okay, I do have a couple questions here and then I can circle back around to you. I'll go to Amila first.
Thank you. Kundi, on the constraints that you're mentioning about the governance and decision making, have you had conversations with them about that? I think we've discussed some of the constraints before.
But which constraints are you looking at exactly?
You're mentioning constraint by our budget. Since the service delivery will only include what's funded through SOS Media, another constraint is the governance and decision making this project through this budget, as we will be granting funds to the third party. So we've had discussions about our input and how much of our input that we can, and also about the content side of things.
Yes, so I have had a discussion with them about this. And my understanding was, so the pricing for such a campaign depends largely on how much we want to do on our end. So for them, in working with SOS Media, they told us that, look, for doing a campaign that involves content production, and that also includes search engine optimization and keyword functions, then the price point for that in total might come up to $100,000, right? And so in pointing out the constraint within that budget was just basically to say that given this campaign we're doing, it is constrained by how much we're willing to put towards doing this. And the other constraint about governance, it is a topic of discussion that's been had. Even last time when Rob came in, I do know council had asked, to be more involved. So in talking to him, he has no problem with administration being part of those meetings, just being invited to have those discussions and have their say. But then when it comes down to the final decision, it's something where I don't think it'll come down to us making the final decision. It's something that'll be more joint with everyone having input in it from my understanding.
Monica?
So I was the last person sitting on the Drayton Valley Hospitality and Tourism Board. And yes, we did contribute to the SOS Media. At my last meeting, however, when it was brought up that it will be directed more towards healthcare campaign, there was some concerns towards how to justify, helping SOS Media financially, seeing how it's being pushed more towards healthcare rather than tourism. So I'm not sure what the decision will be at the end, but in the past, it was, DVHTA did support this campaign, just to for Bill's information. And as well with the Brandy's,
Travel tourism.
yes, the travel tourism too. That just for Bill's information, well, everybody's, but, yeah.
Any other questions? See any from anybody? Thank you very much. We'll be circling back around to all of these once we start combing through them. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to the next one, Triage Business Retention and Expansion Survey.
So the Triage Business and Expansion Survey, we're looking at this to be a complement to what we're already currently doing with the labor market industry gap analysis and education needs assessment. And with this triage, we just thought it would be a great opportunity to have a look at our businesses, see where they currently are when it comes to a lot of this service delivery that we provide, and basically try to pinpoint the needs that they have and create a priority matrix in tackling some of those issues or concerns that come from those surveys. So in looking at this, we just thought this would be a great opportunity to add a bit of that engagement and as well perspective on our end in seeing how we can best support our businesses. So the ask is for $10,000 for this initiative, which we would, of course, as well, on top of this, look at grant funding to sort of see what we can get out of something like this. So if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? My only question would be, there was a second intake of grants. I know that we were successful with the first one. I was just at the Ledge about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, and I did say that we'd probably be applying for more economic development applications or granting opportunities. Would this be considered for there, or do we have other projects potentially that we'd want to be with maybe a bigger number to them be applying for grants?
Yeah, so formally, we will be coming on December 13th, I think, the last council meeting.
Yes.
So we'll be presenting on grants and the ones that we'll be targeting and the projects within those grants. And so, yes, this definitely has been a topic of conversation, specifically for the Northern Regional Economic Development Grant, the NREG grant.
Yes.
And so, yeah, we've had discussions with James about it.
Good.
And it seems like it'll be a really great fit. So it'll basically come down to us just writing a very compelling grant application and seeing how that goes.
Yes, exactly. So you'll bring the list of all the grants that were applied to their next council meeting, and then they'll be submitted, because I think deadlines are December 15th for.
So for the NREG grant, I do know the deadline is December 20th. So that's,
20th.
so for that one, we'll probably have to start applying as soon as possible.
Yeah, because there's a few, I think, that are the 15th or 13th or
Yeah.
of December as well.
And then some in early January. And so it is a very time sensitive thing.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, we'll definitely debrief you on that on the 13th.
Perfect, thank you. Any other questions? Amila?
Thank you. Could you refresh my mind about the previous research, the gap analysis, and where we stand with that, the status?
So for the labor market industry gap analysis and education needs assessment, so that's the project that we are working jointly with KPMG. And so in doing this project, we are basically trying to look at industry trends, labor market trends, and education needs that sort of challenge Drayton Valley. And in working with them, they're looking to build a report on the current state of affairs when it comes to those three components. From there, we'll try to build what a future state could become. And between those would be this gap between this current and the future state. And so they're helping us out on that. And the current status of that project right now is the engagement phase. So starting next week is when we will have these panels filled with experts within those various fields, some in industry, some in labor, some in education. We're having conversations with them on how to best target some of these issues, how to define this current state that we're in right now, and work towards a future state that we can get to. So that's where things are currently.
Any other questions? No. Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to Brazeau and Beyond Travel Guide, Drayton Valley. I'm not
Yes,
sure what that-
so
Oh, free press.
yes.
I don't know what the D was for. I was like, Drayton Valley, what's the D for?
So the Brazeau and Beyond 2024 Travel Guide proposal is drawn up to showcase winter and summer experiences within the region. And so the vision was to help, visitors to the community or people to the region embrace the beauty of winter by providing a comprehensive winter travel guide for them to celebrate their region's unique attractiveness and encourage families, couples, and individuals over 50 years old to explore the wonderland right in their backyard. And so Brandy did come and make a presentation on this. And when she came, she made it clear that this is a 3-year project that she's looking to do, which would amount to a total of $75,000. And so last week, on the 23rd, she did go to council, to the Brazeau County Council to make the same ask. And so they did come back to her and they did commit to a 3-year, $8,400 per year fund contingent on Town of Drayton Valley and the Drayton Valley Tourism Authority also committing. And so we thought on our end that this might work well for us in a way, since it will be a 3-year commitment. We thought, why don't we also place a condition whereby we would ask for certain information, such as, because I do know for Brandy, she's, apart from just social media, she'll be looking at distribution as well to nearby municipalities. So we thought, why don't we ask for analytics on some of those things? We should also have a 6-month and end of year review on seeing how that year goes for 2024, and then decide on whether to continue on for the rest of the 2 years. And so, so that's where the discussions have gone thus far with her. If you have any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? No, no questions on this one. I think you have. Are you going to be speaking to the zero fee? There's a 0 here. beside
Yeah.
it. Yeah, okay, we're going to go to the 0 fee tuition.
I'll just jump in quick. With the last contribution of the Metal Necks and Rotary plus all the other funds raised this year, the total comes to 84,455 for this year's donations, plus that includes the 20,000 from Pembina. So they've paid the 10 for this year and then 20 for next year. That I've included that.
So what?
Because it's
so
for
what-
6 students, 84,455. And then with the expectation that 50,000 approximately will not be spent from this year's zero fee as well. And so that's the idea. That's why there was a 0 there, to use some from amounts that we've transferred to reserves and the extra from 2023.
Okay, so we feel it could be a 0 because we have the 84,455 from donations, and then we have 50,000 carryover still from
Yeah, so
23. Okay,
commitment that council made in 2023 that hasn't been used, correct?
okay, gotcha. Okay, did you want to add anything as well, Kundi, to this?
No, I think Avera, said it all.
Any questions around 0 fee donations, Amila?
So 134K, you think should be good enough for the next year?
Yeah, I mean, 150 is aside from 1 year when we carried a bunch of students that when a course was delayed, we've never did 150 in a year. And so, but if we were to do 150, there is amounts that we've transferred to reserves because we hadn't been able to use. So even if in 2024 we needed 150, there would still be amounts that we've transferred to reserves that haven't been used, because some of the donations in the past have been contingent on us using our funds first. And so we have amounts there that can be used to fund if there is access needed.
Thank you.
Okay, nothing online. Thank you very much. And moving on to citywide e-permits. Oh, that's planning and development. Oh, that's Ken. I thought it was Kundi. I was getting mixed up there thinking, what are you telling us there? Thank you very much, Kundi.
I think it's in Mandy's paper.
Sorry, Bill, did you have something? Okay, we'll just do this one. Do you need a break? Great. Can we do this one? We'll do this one more and then we'll have a quick break. Go ahead, Ken. Good morning. Oh, well, do you want me to call a break before? Okay, I know everyone's looking at me like maybe. Okay, you know what? We're going to call a 5-minute break. I'm sorry. You've been sitting there patiently. I did just get a look from, I should have called it 10 minutes earlier. So we're going to call, go ahead, go. We're going to call a 5-10-minute break and then we'll reconvene here and then we'll be very excited and have lots of time to listen to Ken. We'll be well rested and fueled. Okay, perfect. We will jump back into it, reconvene the budget topic, and we are moving to citywide e-permits, and we are so excited to what Ken is going to share with us.
Well, thank you. Good morning, Council.
Morning.
Yeah, the intent of this project is to use the permits module that is now available through our citywide program to change the way we're doing our permits process. As you know, citywide is what we're currently using for our asset management and our maintenance management, and this would integrate into that completely. Some of the advantages of this is that we create a very well-documented process where the system will march users through the whole process as we go through it and make sure that each step is done in the right order and completed before it goes on to the next step. We're creating some standardized rules and processes to ensure, again, that we have consistency and that the whole process will no longer be relying on individuals with head knowledge on how we do it, that the process will be well defined and be able to continue going forward, whether we have staff turnover or if folks are on holidays and that kind of stuff. Sorry, Madam Mayor, did you have a question? I just saw you.
No, I'm going to wait.
Oh, okay, you're getting ready. Okay. And some of the advantages of this too is that this also comes with a new online process available to our citizens where they can online put in their applications, their development or their building applications, and it guides them through the whole process online. And it also integrates with what would be a new citizen request portal that we've been using, in that that's all part of the same process now where the citizen can log on, they create an account, and they can put in their application for a building permits, development permits. Any type of licensing that we want to do is also integrated into this business license, pet licenses if we go that way, backyard fire permits, any of that type of stuff is all integrated into one spot. And is all linked directly to either the customer or the property. So that's one of the big advantages going forward is if we want to look up say a building permit from 5 years ago, you don't necessarily need to know who it was. It'll be linked to the property. So we can go to the property and get all our data back that way through it. What else do I want to cover on this? I can, if you wish, I can share my screen here and I'll show you a little bit what the new portal would look like.
Sure.
As we know, the portal is a very popular process with the town now that last year we had 806 requests come through our citizen requests, and 46% of those are coming through the portal. And one of the big advantages with this now is that citizens will be able to go on and get history of not only their permits, but also their requests, and they can see what current status is on them, and they can, you know, self-serve in that sense. Eh? Okay.
Wow.
Did I hit the, no, I haven't got it sharing here yet. Okay.
So can you repeat that again? How many did you say?
Last, we had 806 citizen requests in the system, and 46% of those came through the portal.
46, okay.
Yeah.
Ken, if I'm looking at the history while you're looking for your screen, if I'm looking for the history and I'm thinking it's taking too long, am I able to go back in and say it's taking too long and send it off to the department, or?
Yeah, you mean as far as how it'll march through the system when, like, say, I'm putting in a building permit? Yeah. Yeah, the process will guide them through the whole thing right from the beginning. So at the beginning, I got the screen sharing now. Maybe that's be the best way to answer your question, Tom. Yeah.
While Ken is bringing that up, you know, Ken, as you start to answer Councillor McGee's question, I have one myself. Oftentimes when development permits or building permits or those requests are taking a long time, it's because of incomplete information. And sometimes the resident or the company or whoever is applying doesn't know how to fill that out. So my question is as we move into this, if we move into this, if it's approved by council, will there still be that opportunity for somebody to come in and get assistance to complete
Yes.
their application?
Yeah, whether they want to do it online or come down and work directly with town staff. Yeah, it's the same process. Yeah. So this is what the portal would look like. You know, when they go online and they have opportunity, building permits, other permits, any type of our licenses, including our business licenses, then service requests and planning. Planning is a development permit. So they would, and I just got a couple screenshots. I'm not going to really go deep into the system. I just kind of wanted to show, kind of give a few ideas of what it would look like. So if you were to go in online and want to create a permit, it'll march you through the whole thing in the proper sequence, right? So initially, we give an initial description of what it is, and then off the map, they will be presented a map of the town where they can pick the location directly off the map. Okay. Then they list all their contacts, whether it's, the property owner, the builder, like so we have a list of all the contacts that will be involved with the permit, right? And then it goes into the application, are you putting a deck on, or are you building a garage, or is it a new home build and stuff? And then once they select the particular application that they want, all the questions that are pertinent to that specific type of application gets asked of them. Right? It says, okay, for that type of application, we're gonna need this, we're gonna need this, we're gonna need this. And it guides them through the whole process. Okay. It also allows them to upload any attachments they want, so whether it's drawings or anything that we request, they're able to upload that Sunday afternoon while they're sitting at their kitchen table, right? And then that gets delivered to staff. Staff receives that and we see their application, and we start to process their application. And for staff, its system is set out that it's a sequenced system that they follow, and they have to follow each of the individual steps in order. And each time a specific step is reached, if somebody else that needs to be communicated to within the organization, it sends an email out to whoever needs to be, informed that we're at that step as we go through. And it also includes online payment, right? So when we get to the point where payment is required, then the system will generate a payment request, which goes back to the citizen. It says, we're at this point in the process, and at this point we request payment. They make their payment. Staff gets notified that payment has been made, and then we continue on through the process. So it creates a very systematic system where none of the steps get missed or dropped as it goes through, and with the other added benefits that it also includes, not just building permits, but any other type of our, licenses and permits and stuff that we deal with citizens. And it gives them one-stop shopping. They go online, they get to see the status of all their stuff, whether it's the status of my building permit or the status of my service request that I put in last week because of, snow removal or graffiti or whatever the citizen was request for. And it's all kind of one-stop shopping for them. I'll scroll down here a little bit.
Sure.
Yes.
Risking the field. We're gonna get better applications up front. If they have an issue, within the application.
Yes.
Right, and they'll upload certain site plans. If they don't do that, then they can't go on to the next steps.
Mhm.
Make it easier for us in some ways. And the fact that they can do it at home, they don't even saves them time. Complete application saves us time. So
And there's a big advantage in the record keeping too. We end up with all these records are stored digitally in one location, linked directly to either the property or to the customer, right? So 5 years from now or whenever we need to go back to that specific permit and want to get the history of it. The owner may have moved on or the contractor maybe have moved on, but all the documentation is stored digitally and linked to the property. So that we have all that history going back as far as we want. Now here I'm talking in the years coming back to now, there is opportunity to take some of our past stuff and enter that in kind of retroactively. But, we're more specifically talking about going forward and how we would manage the process going forward. Just to give an example of some of the numbers, like, I'm not sure if these were this year's or last year's numbers, but we had 56 development permits. We have 697 business licenses. Special event permits, this would all be included also in this. If you want a special event, you're putting on a parade or a community event of any type that you need a permit for, this would be the process that all this goes through. We end up with 20 to 25 special event permits each year. And then all the other type of things like dangerous good, parking permits, fireworks, all those other kind of permits, would all be part of this process. And we tend to get about 10 or 15 of those a year also, be all included in this. Let's talk price. The total project is $49,000. In that portion, that includes purchasing the software, the implementation fee, and then on top of that, there's included in that price going forward, there's an annual software license fee of about $7,900 for the software license and $2,900 for the online payment option. Within the implementation part of it, the $23,000, which was the quote we got from Citywide. Citywide always presents all their information, all their quotes as a turnkey process in that they basically give us a turnkey operation. But that would not be the approach we would take. We would do as much as that as we can in-house in order to keep the knowledge of developing that in-house. So the $23,000 portion of the implementation.
Or the 26?
Or the 20, is it 26?
4, yeah.
I'd expect that we should be able to reduce that by, let's say, 30%, if not more, because we're doing it in-house and we're not relying on them to do all that stuff for us. Let's see if I can go over some of the more benefits. We talked about accurate digital record keeping going forward. Again, a standardized process that is not dependent on any one individual, that the process is defined. And when a new person, like say Doug comes in, and I know Doug and Peter, when they were coming into our process here recently, and even Dina recently, it took them a lot to try to figure out how historic we did stuff because it wasn't really well documented and it seemed to be more head knowledge from previous folks in the planning department. And this will create a very solid formal system that when folks come in, we can say, hey, this is the way we do it, and they can just slot right in and move forward and not have to move forward and continually to improve the process and not have to back up and relearn things. There's also a lot of savings in this process from that we're allowing the citizen who's putting in the request to initially start the process and upload all this additional information. So that's there and ready to go for our staff when they're moving through the process. So that's going to save a lot of time too on that part of the process.
Right now we have track permits, we have a spreadsheet, we have an Excel spreadsheet, we have a folder in Word with files, and we also use email. And this would provide all that. So you don't have to try to find all this stuff. Find on our drive where the business permits are. Sorry, it's all one.
Right, even through the appeal process, if there's appeal processes on any of these stuff, all that information and the whole process is recorded into one location. So it's all there for history and just to make access much easier for staff.
If I could just add one thing. When we get to updating our offsite levy, whole process, this would be beneficial in that too, because I know there's been times where we want to, where we have even offsite levies, but also big developments like Murrah or whatever it might be, where we have a letter of credit and we don't know, we have to look all over the place to see what they paid, when they paid, did they even pay, how much were they supposed to pay? And yeah, that it's very chaotic right now. And it sometimes I think, I'm not saying that we've lost revenues because of it, but I think it could happen if we are not aware of what they were supposed to pay to begin with. And if they've paid, sometimes there's a developer involved, an owner, there's like probably could be three or more different people that or groups or organizations that we deal with on one development. And this would just be a way for continuity, but also just for everyone to be on the same page.
Right. Yeah. And again, searchability of it. When we're looking at, we can say, okay, I want to see a given property. Show me all the permits that we've ever had with that given property. Or we can say it to an individual. Show me all the permits that we've had for that individual, regardless of how many properties they have. Or for a given, say, a vendor or contractor. Okay, how many permits have we done with contractor XYZ? And we say, okay, here's all the permits they've had spread across these different properties. And it gives us all these different ways to try to link everything together.
Tom, go ahead.
We hear that the county of Brazeau is cutting the red tape. That's their part of their new game is no red tape. In fact, if they could get away with not getting permits, that would be the best. This is also helpful for us to reduce our red tape, yet still be in some sort of compliance, exactly what Albert is talking about, so that we have a record of things that have gone on and continue to go on. So that's, I think that's what we have to do. The question I have on that though is the citywide, is there competition in what they're doing? Would they have another group of people that would be romancing you to take them on as the provider?
You're talking specifically about permits?
Yes.
There's not a lot out there that are doing specifically on permits. This one was initially attractive to us because it was fully integrated with our current system and leverages some of our, like we already have a properties database within our system that we can leverage. And we already have a customers database within our system that we could leverage. So this was really our initial focus was on this particular one vendor. I do know Edson, who was looking at this same process right now. They are also citywide users. They did an RFQ and tried to get other vendors to put in, but then they ended up going with citywide in the end.
Camilla?
Thank you. Just from my understanding, so from community member perspective, they can log into the portal, they can submit their applications or requests, right? Would they be able to see a progress?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, at any given point, they can see where they are in the progress. Yeah, and if there's anything outstanding, like, hey, we're waiting for this to happen, that's the next step that needs to happen. So I think that was to Doug's point, that'll make sure that these types of delays would be avoided more in the future, because we know why it stopped and what the next step has to happen to move it forward.
So the bottom line is we should be hopefully seeing some improved approval timings of
time frame. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. My only comment is that now because we have citywide for others, we are implementing this as well through citywide. It's a software that we are more and more getting into, right? Once we do that, sometimes we get a little bit handcuffed because we are there.
Right.
So we need to probably negotiate for the next 5 to 10 years for their fees, right? If not, they can check up our fees anytime and we are handcuffed.
Oh, okay.
So that's something that we need to be cognizant about.
Okay, and see if there's an opportunity to, yeah, to get let's say a multi-year contract with an appropriate discounting that we're committing to multiple years, that type of stuff.
Right, exactly, right?
Yeah.
Without the, too much getting to that, because then it'll be tough for us to switch service providers.
Right.
In a couple, 3 years, and we'll be handcuffed by them.
Okay,
right? So,
yeah, I can see what's available there.
okay, thank you.
So I do have quite a few questions. So you talked about building and development applications, 56, I think you said.
Mhm.
Is that correct? Business licenses, 697.
That's how many current business licenses that are in the system.
So those are would be renewals, right?
Yes, yeah, because this will also deal with renewals.
Those would be renewals. So
Yeah.
do we know how many new business license out of the 697? Okay, and community events, 20 to 25, you're saying, and then things like fireworks, things like that. So currently, when we build an application, let's say for a business and development permit, right? So I guess I'm just trying to understand what we're doing, what we're taking away, and what we're expecting the portal to do, because in my opinion, I think it's great, but I think we ourselves, the planning department has a lot of work they still do. So typically when an application comes in, you would sit down with the applicant, you would get the information where they live, what they're doing, what they're building, da, 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 da. You would take it back to your desk, and now it's up to that developer to build that package. So now you have to send out referrals, you have to get maps, you have to notify the AER, you have to get forms that are signed if there's different landowners on there. So we're building these packages internally, like they can't be doing it on the portal because that's the work that we do. So we build these packages, and typically, I'm assuming that as we're building these packages, we're scanning and putting them into a file under that applicant's name, right? So we'd have a digital copy and we'd have a paper copy. Is that not correct?
Doug would be able to answer that process better.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the goal would be to be paperless if we could. And some municipalities are moving to paperless systems.
Yeah.
But I mean, sometimes it's unavoidable. A person who doesn't have computer skills, that's the gap that we're going to probably have to deal with. People who don't know how to go in there and sign on and do all those things. The newer generation are able to do that. And I think it's maybe, 10 years ago, there weren't enough people that could do that would make it viable. But I think now most people know how to do that. And if you can go to Amazon and shop Amazon, it's a similar type of thing where you go in, you can look at your order and find out whether it's been shipped or not. I mean, it's not exactly the same as that, but it would be similar.
So as a municipality, are we not required to have the paper and the digital copy? It's just a question, because if there ever was, we have servers that go out, we can't access online that file and things like that. Would we not have a paper copy in our vault?
As long as it's backed up, there's a backup system.
Yeah.
As far as I know.
You should be able to access it
you can
that
go
way.
paperless because some municipalities have gone paperless.
Yeah.
Yeah, the paper's not required.
I guess my question is it's a great concept, but for $49,000, that's a staff wage, right? So I'm trying to think, so when I look at an application, 90% of that application for a building or development permit is dependent on you, right? Or the person that's taken in that application. So if we go with this, right, we are getting assistance with some of that time, but that a majority of the time to build those packages and those permits still rely on us as administration to do those packages. So I just am trying to think of, what are we getting for the $49,000 that we're not already doing, right? Or that an assistant couldn't do, or that when you build that, because it all has to be done in-house. We can't expect the applicant to go and get a map with contours, a map with ROWs. We can't expect them to get a referral from AER or to get a letter from the applicant. Like, this all has to be built in-house. So for them, they would just be basically putting in their name, their land location, and what they're doing and paying for their fee. That's it. And then the rest would still fall on us to build that file. So if that's what we're only getting away for, then I don't see, I'm just trying to understand what the value is, right?
Well, they would still have to do their site plan and most people, they would scan it and then upload it. So it's the same thing. But instead of us having to take their documents, scan them and put them in, they would be doing it. So they're going to save us time.
Yeah, but what documents? That's what I'm saying. They don't do their own mapping. They don't do their own internal and
do.
external referrals.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the site plans and things like that?
Yeah, you still have to do a land location. You still have to do, find where your right of ways are. You still have to find where contours are. There's still a process when you have to go through all the referral agencies.
Review process.
Yeah, you have to go through all of those. If there's a different landowner, homeowner, like Elvira was saying, there still has to be a form that has to be filled out. So that's why I'm saying that the majority still falls on us to build that package. So I'm just wondering how much we're saving for this.
It's not, this is not, the intent here is to make it convenient for the clients, but not really this whole project is not really to save our time. It just happens that it might save a little bit of our time. So it's not replacing any work that we're doing. It's more so giving them an option to fill out their paperwork online, pay online, and then for a comprehensive system of tracking. So we scan it in, the permits in, like we have a record of it, but the way just in our filing system and hard copies, if we file it under the person's name 20 years from now, that same person's not going to own it. So now we have to go back and look at who owns it now, who built it, whereas this
We
would
should
be-
already still have all that though.
We have it, but to find it. So we have files saved, hard copies saved in files. We don't know whose name to look under because we don't necessarily know who the developer was. And a lot of times the developers are the ones to apply for permits. And so it's a way to make our record keeping better for well, ever, but yeah. So one example is a while ago, we wanted to know if somebody had paid their offsite levy fees. And it was almost impossible to find out because I had no idea who the developer was. And then when we found out who the developer was, it wasn't actually the developer that paid it. It was the builder that paid it. But none of that information I knew just from looking at the property. So that's the kind of stuff. It's tying it all and linking all the permits, every single permit to the property. And then you can just pull the property and you have the history of everything right in there. So you can see everyone that applied for that property. So it's less about saving us time in doing the permitting and more, if they're saving time, it's more so after when we're trying to find and track and answer questions.
Yeah, I'm going to mention that Drake Street naming project. We wanted to pull all the files to see who was involved. We could only find 2 out of 66 files on that street. That I want to point fingers at record keeping in the past, but that's what we face sometimes. And record keeping, we've got some records at Public Works, we've got some records here, we've got in boxes with. We don't know what's in half the boxes over there. They're going through a lot of them right now to try to find them, but I think that happens sometimes with turnover. You get staff turnover and not sure what the last person was doing and what they were keeping files under, and this would keep it all. It's a record keeping as much as anything, and it's.
I guess my question is going back to, it is a citywide, it's a new system portal that's doing it for us, where I guess we should have been doing it all along and we'd have it right there. It's just the person putting it in themselves, right? So when you go, like Elvira saying, and you should be able to type in Elvira, and of all the files Elvira has built on will come up, and all the land and everything else should be there, I guess, already, right? So without having to do this, that you're manually doing it for every application that's coming in already. So that would mean that in order to find that, who's going to go back now over 60 years and upload all those into the city portal? So now we know that.
So,
That's
sorry.
a good point, yeah.
Yeah.
I know that when I was at Ladue County, they were in the process of doing that. They'd hired people to upload everything. into
So you have to upload everything.
I mean, we're doing some of that right now. Records, but you got to start somewhere. And maybe 20 years down the road, with a system like this, we would look back and say, we've
There
got
it is,
everything
yeah.
now. But, it's because this municipality is going to be around for a long time. So
Yeah.
sometimes it's better to look at the long term than the short term, but.
Wally?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think as previously said, it will provide more efficiencies for the organization. And when you look at implementing technology, in particular, technology like this, I mean, we already have the system. Councillor Gamana's point about, perhaps negotiating an enterprise license so that we can expand that system to other uses is very valid. But when you're implementing systems like this, you don't have to go back and scan everything in. So, there's different ways to do it. And oftentimes, starting at zero and not scanning a whole bunch of past history information in will save you tons of money. So years and years ago, when GIS first came out, Geographic Information Systems, municipalities and organizations spent millions of dollars scanning some of those old documents in so that they had them and they linked them to that property information, and it's valuable. And perhaps at that time it was worth going through those exercises. I think what I'm hearing here and what I've read is that not only will this centralize all the new stuff coming in, we'll be able to find it, but it also identifies for anybody using it what the process is. Because, in the planning world, a lot of the complaints I've heard over the years is, well, I went and then I started the process and then they asked me for a whole bunch of information that they didn't ask for the first time. So it helps identify all that process up front, so you know what you're getting into right at the start. So I mean, there are efficiencies here. There is a cost to this for sure, and we will follow council's direction on what to do through budget deliberations. But to me, the automation of a system like this, it's a step. It's a step for the town to take, and we'll continue to take steps towards these things. In future years, you'll see other requests come forward around budgeting. Right now, we do our budgeting and our forecasting on spreadsheets, and Elvira does a fantastic job at that. But as you grow, you're going to want to put in a real system that ties all that stuff together. So when you implement this, you don't have to go back, scan, 30-year-old documents in and put all that stuff. What sounds like we're having a hard time finding those as it is. So this will help make staff more efficient. They still have to do their job. And it also lays out a good process for if we have staff turnover, process is there. You don't have to figure it out. It should help developers, builders, and residents if they're doing a small deck permit or something of that nature.
Thank you. We do have a hand up online. I can't see from here who it is. It's Rick. Okay, go ahead, Rick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I've made no secret that I'm a firm believer in, electronic document storage. I guess my question would be, do we feel we have everything pretty much surrounded here with this last module in citywide? We've got service requests, work orders, customer property database now, along with this e-permitting module. I guess the last thing maybe we would be looking at covering is the town's own stuff, agreements, legal documents, policies, plans. I agree with Wally that you need to prioritize or pick and choose what's available and what is the priority from the past that you want to keep in that database, and would we be able to integrate those type of documents into the software that we currently have with Citywide, or would we be looking at an additional module or separate software for these other type of documents that aren't necessarily attached to a property? Thank you.
Rick, I don't have a good answer to that right now. I know within the way the program works, basically we can upload any digital document to the system. which we do through all the other modules. And so whether we could create a system for, let's say, a document type that we haven't really covered yet, and how we would kind of compartmentalize that document type so that it's easily searchable and makes sense to future users. It's something that we could look at.
Ollie?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Councillor Evans, I think we're talking about two different systems here. A full-on records management system. I'm not sure if we have that in place. I think we maybe use FileMaker Pro for some of that. This system, I don't know if it's a true records management system in what you're talking about, or if it just manages the records that we have around the modules that we've implemented. So, creating file folders, if I can use an old guy's term, but if we have file folders in there and our filing system, then that filing system is really our records management system. So to automate that is a bit of a different scenario than what I believe Ken and Douglas are presenting here today.
I would agree with that. Yeah. I guess maybe I overstated the purpose of the portal using that term. Really what we're getting is a very robust record keeping system. That, the portal is a very small portion of it. That's just the interface to the public, where they would initially create, start the application and get their initial information into it and kind of guide it through the process. But that's a very small portion of what we're getting here. What we're really getting is the whole system that comes behind it that our staff is using. So this is, without going too deeply into this, is the permit module here. And there's a lot to it here without going too deep into it. But, if we look at building permits, we go into, the type tasks. This is the place where we build the sequence of events that we want the building permit to go through. We say task 1, task 2, task 3, task 4.
Like the checklist that we
The checklist,
typically
and
have.
build
Yeah.
all that, right? And it's interactive. When task 4 is completed, it sends an email to whoever needs to be informed that task 4 is completed, or that task 4 is requiring information from somebody. When you get to task 4, it says, okay, task 4 means we need something from either the citizen or the developer or the inspection department or from our internal people, and it triggers that and makes that happen. So this is really the system that we're looking at purchasing here. And also the $49,000 is the project cost. It's not the ongoing cost. The ongoing cost is $7,500 for essentially the licensing of it, and then another $2,900 for the online payment integration option if we want to do that. So that's the ongoing cost. The initial $49,000 is just the project cost to get it up and running.
Okay, yeah, about 11,000 a year. Any other questions? Colin?
So are there any other programs that this can possibly replace, or that is slated to replace? And are there any licensing fees associated with those that we're dropping off the map, or are we just picking up something new and integrating manual processes? Is that about it?
Yeah, primarily we're replacing like what we're doing now with, Microsoft Access, Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel, all these different applications that we've kind of cobbled together our own system with, and that's what it'll be replaced, is using those things. So there's no specific license that we would be, that's currently doing this function that we would be replacing.
Another question was just the yearly online payment integration. Can we use that in other parts of the organization, like paying bills or taxes or anything like that, and replace, I think is it Saranic that does that stuff, or?
Thank you, through Mayor Dodds to Councillor Clark. Great question, and it kind of aligns with Councillor Gamana's point earlier about, okay, well, maybe it's time, because we're using the system in a couple of different areas, maybe it's time to approach them and the vendor and talk about some enterprise licensing. So that's something we'd have to look into and get back to you unless Elvira's got a solid answer on that. I don't at this time.
No, I'm just trying to think, there are utilities, you can already pay online. I'd have to think about it more to see if this would be able to replace that. But yeah, I don't. Yeah.
One of the reasons I ask is it's a bit selfish, but like when you go and pay your bills online, you can't do auto payments. You have to go in there every month and pay them. And
Yeah, there's a very specific reason why we don't do auto payments for utilities, because our utilities are water, and if we have quite regularly where somebody has a leak or something unexpected, and then we'd have to monitor, make sure that we're not trying to take $7,000 out of someone's account because they had a big leak. And so it would, and the amount of NSFs and stuff for the amount of utilities we have. So we're not staffed for being able to run auto withdrawals. And it has come up a few times. It's just, that's going to take, believe it or not, more staff than not doing it.
okay, fair enough. And then lastly was just integration of safety codes, inspectors and those sorts of things. They have access to this as well from their side, or is that a kind of a manual thing we have to upload there?
They have their own system. It's called eSite. So yeah, this wouldn't apply to the building permits. There's a separate system for that. I'm not sure whether they could be integrated, but as far as I know, we go in, we upload all the applications and data into that system. But it wouldn't apply if it's.
Yeah.
Development.
I guess, yeah, you can almost say that it's kind of nested in it. You know, when it gets to the point where the permits need to go out to inspections group and they do their group, right? And then we get back from them the results of that, right? That would be included in this system, in that we're recording the results from those inspections in this spot here. But there is a point where it goes out to inspections group for, you know, the electrical, the building, and the plumbing permits, inspections, right? And then that would be brought back into the system with the results of those inspections.
Right, they could input the building permit data for us.
Mhm.
So us, right now, we're inputting it all.
Yeah.
So it's like the applicant would be inputting that and we would be shuffling that onto them.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We'd have to try to figure out how to integrate those two.
Mhm.
Just want to make one more comment about that. Ken mentioned that there were 53 permits, I think,
Mhm.
last year.
56, yeah.
Not that long ago, 2008, we did 248. So it's very up and down. Of course, everybody knows in Drayton Valley, but I mean, it peaked at about 250, and then it was about 210, 100, 200, 170, and then it's dropped down to this level now. It's pretty slow, but the nice thing about a system like this is when you get busy like that again, you'll be able to manage it better. And it's crazy when it gets like that. I've been through that a couple of times, a couple of different places, so it's an advantage of the system.
And the last thing was just, is the licensing such that the online payment, do they provide limitations? Like you can only have 100 or 1,000 or is it just, you can have 1 million if you wanted to, transactions?
I'm not aware of any restrictions, but I could find that out for you.
Yeah, not a huge question.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I told you that we would keep you on your toes here, so we appreciate that. Thank you. We'll break for lunch and then we'll reconvene just after 1.
See management plan.
Reconvene our meeting back at 1:03 PM. I believe we have everyone back online. We have a couple counselors online. I can't see. Are they there? Yep, perfect. Okay. We're jumping back into the draft operating project list. We are under protective services. Mr. Tom Thompson will come up and talk about emergency management contract. Good afternoon.
It's been a while. All right. So I'm here before council to request funding for emergency management contract. as we know, we had Joey as our emergency manager, and he did a great job getting our emergency management plan sorted out before he arrived. The plan was in disarray, so he did a good job getting it all together. And during the wildfire, we did use it extensively, but we did notice that there were some gaps in the plan that need to be filled and need to be updated as well. There is a bit of an urgency now with because of the fire and with the weather that we are now facing, that our civic staff need more in-depth training in emergency management. And currently, the way our system is now, our process is now, we just don't have the resources available. So we are respectfully requesting $25,000 to hire a contractor to be able to update the plan and then do all the education for the civic staff. The county is also engaged in this process, so it's $25,000 from the town, $25,000 from the county. They've already approved their side of it, so we are just moving this forward for council's consideration.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for that. No pressure. We just keep getting the county approved. Wow.
Yeah, it was unusual this year. It was quite different over at the county. It was
Different.
quite
Yeah, they're
surprised.
approving everything on their project list. So it's very nice to see. Great for the residents, great for all the asks and everything. So yeah, thank you for this. Any questions for Tom?
Question.
Colin?
So Tom, with, so Joey leaving.
Yeah.
Is there any way we can use that vacant spot and the savings there and apply that to this?
So one of the portions of that is to use that other portion, because it's a quarter of a position, is to use it for the fire department to get all of the training that we want to get done. Currently, right now, we are struggling to get our training done, and it's getting it all coordinated, and it takes a lot of time. And so we are going to use that to fill that part of the position for full-time training officer for the fire department.
I guess the question though is so the lag between when Joey left and when you hire that person, there's some budget there, right? Is there any way administratively we can apply that to this?
Quite.
We would say,
We technically could, but we had the emergency, so if council's willing to tax the entire emergency this year, then I guess what I'm saying is that all the wages spent during the fire, we still have to pay for. And so there's not a lot of savings just because of that, because we were going to be over. But technically, yes, that is, I think there was 2 months at a quarter of a position. So it's some, yeah.
Any other questions? Tom?
Trying to, so 50 grand is going to get you a person, or we're getting a quarter of a person? And there'll be 3/4 work and a quarter work on this. And so is that how I heard that? You're not getting a guy to come in to.
Yeah, it will be a contracted person to come in and build and update the plan for the, because currently right now the plan is a joint plan between the town and the county. But we want to beef the plan up to include all that stuff, and then also train the county civic staff and the town staff. So that's all part of that contract.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah.
Where the quarter, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Where the quarter of a position came in is that's how we structured Joey's agreement, where he was half training officer, half DEM, and half the DEM was for the county and half the DEM was for us. So we were paying for half of the half for emergency management, and then the rest was fire. That's why we were talking in quarters positions here.
Mila?
So the contract, we are hiring a contract position, or we are hiring a contractor to do the work? And how long would it take? Would it take a full year, or would it take less than?
Well, that I can't tell you in terms of time. We would like to get this in place so that we can actively seek out a contractor so we can start right in January to get it done, because we would like to get our civic staff trained up as quickly as possible. So I'm anticipating it would be all done in the first 6 months of the year, but I don't know at this point in time. It might take a bit longer for the plan to be completed, so.
We have nothing online. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next item, RCMP admin assistance to full-time employees.
Okay. This is, as council is aware, this is coming as a request from the RCMP for 2 administrative positions. Again, as our staff sergeant had indicated, they have changed some processes that are taking place. From what I understand now is they've already started to move in that direction. One of them, the first one is the pre-charge system, where the Crown Prosecutor's Office pre-screens all of the charges on individuals before they are actually placed. And they are hoping that by doing that, it will reduce the amount of red tape that is in the judicial system and improve the likelihood of conviction. Consequently, that will take a lot of paperwork for that to happen. Currently, right now, the members the RCMP members themselves are doing that paperwork, or most of it. So they are asking the request to get more administrative assistance so that they spend more time out on the street dealing with the bad guys and less time in the office dealing with the paperwork. Another part of that, as was mentioned by our staff sergeant, was how the detachment is operating. Currently, right now, it's operating in a post system where members are working on a rotational schedule as individuals. And the problem with that is it does not allow their supervisors to properly supervise them. So they are now, and I think they've already done this, they've now moved to a different system, to a watch system, where they are working with the same individuals and the same supervisor to improve that supervision and improve the files that are being generated. Again, they are asking for additional administrative staff so that they can have administrative staff on each of the watches as they are functioning. The last portion of it is the ratio of RCMP members to administrative staff. At one point, there was several years ago, there was a ratio of 4-to-1, where you'd have 4 officers for every 1 administrative staff. That then changed to 3-to-1, and now it looks like the RCMP are now moving to 2-to-1, just simply because of the amount of paperwork that they are now processing. So there's been a change in the policies in the RCMP as well in terms of the ratio of admin staff to RCMP members. So that's another reason why they're requesting the 2 additional admin staff. That's my report.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Any questions? Camilla?
Thank you. So I guess these processes are changing from RCMP. And are there any funding formulas of funding opportunities from either the federal government or any other? It just seems like it's getting downloaded to the municipality.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of that there is any funding, unless Elvira is aware. I'm not aware of any funding. They just brought this forward to the municipality as a request. So I don't believe there is any additional funding elsewhere.
They did say that they were going to advocate to have the province add another, because they have municipally paid, like we pay some admin and the province pays for some. And so they were going to try to get 1 or 2 more on their end, that end as well.
So I couldn't, yeah, that's what I was going to ask. I couldn't remember. So they're asking the municipality for 2, and then they were going to ask the province additional, I think it was 1, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I believe it was 1. Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions, Tom?
And I think what it doesn't do is it also doesn't address the fact that they have no room.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
true. You're
More
right.
staff, yeah.
and potentially females with. yeah.
Potentially, yeah.
No, because administration would be the day, I believe, right, Elvira? Like they wouldn't be working opposite shifts. This would be admin support in the day.
Uh,
Wouldn't be
Yes.
Evening.
Well, from what I understand is because of the watch system,
Oh, that
they,
would be?
yes, some of those admin staff would be working with a watch because they have 3 different watches. And so they would be tagging administrative staff to those watches. So if the watch is working midnight till 4 or whatever, then they would be on during that time.
Be on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, do we have a question online? I see a, what do I see? I see a red dot at the top of that one. Is there a question online? Oh, there's no question. Okay. So no question. So yeah, the question is here, 2 full-time admin and then the province. Could we get some sort of update, Elvira, from them if the request went through and if it's been successful on their end for the provincial position? Because that was a few weeks ago, right?
Yeah, but I think they,
Or is that
their
past
year
fill in?
end, so I don't believe they'll know until April, because I think March is their year end or something like
Okay.
that. when
If
they
we
do the
can
budget.
just find if the request has gone
Yep.
in.
Oh,
yeah.
for sure, yeah.
Yeah, from our conversation, because that was about a month ago, Wally, that we met. So if the request has gone through, then we know at least it's sitting at the province for that one. And then to confirm if it was 1 or 2 when we had our meeting. Okay, if there's no other questions, that's it. Thank you very much for your information that you're giving us. And we are going to keep moving along. Administration. Next is Employee Recognition Program.
I can read them out for you. So I just wanted to add that there's an oversight for one project from HR. So I'm going to hand those out to you and she'll present on that one as well. It's for training.
It's an additional one?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm adding at the bottom at project number 78.
Okay, project number 78. And did you send those to?
No, I have not. I will
Okay.
do that as well.
Okay, so Elvira will send those to both you, Rick and Bill. Project number 78 we'll add it as. And 78 will go under administration. Okay. It is for organizational wide training program. Okay, and then we'll jump back for number 69, employee recognition program, correct?
Correct. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Good afternoon.
I'm here to present kind of a repeat from last year, a request for funding for employee recognition programs. More and more studies have shown that to retain and engage and promote healthy workplaces, employees want to be recognized. Recognition can happen in a variety of forms. So we've put a proposal here today to provide funding to develop a program to recognize staffing. The goal here would be to work with senior leadership and management to develop programs to do this for our staff that would be rolled out organizationally wide. And the request is for $50,000.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Any questions? Maybe just an elaboration little bit on maybe some examples of what type of.
Sure. So recognition, like I mentioned, can come in many different formats. That can come in forms of gatherings. So for example, last year we had a couple of different barbecues that were put on for a variety of reasons, whether it be just a summer fun family barbecue, can be employer branding. So recognizing staff for a job well done, providing them with some Town of Drayton Valley branding. Also just going above and beyond, we have a shout out program to recognize employees who've stepped up and helped each other out, did an exceptional job, things like that. Even going to tie into wellness into this, more and more organizations are recognizing the need to enhance wellness programs just to help with, mental health, awareness in any financial health, nutritional health, like I said, mental health, maintaining resiliency in the workplace. So how do you manage your stress, those kind of things. When we talk about recognition, it's just an overall well-being recognition for staff members.
Perfect, thank you. Tom?
Do we have a social club or anything like that, or is this part of that, or
We do not.
and is that an unusual question that I've asked?
Nope.
Others do and we just don't.
When I did research on this a little while ago, it's not extraordinarily popular out there. There are some. That is something we did talk about at the social or the senior leadership program. We just never got strength or wheels to it.
You guys do a birthday club?
We don't have a birthday club.
Birthday club, I remember when I worked at another organization, if you wanted to celebrate your birthday, you put it on a list and then someone else on the list would bake you a cake or bring a cake or buy a cake so that you were always celebrating. And it was just a way to get the staff together at different departments, right? So if you wanted to be part of it, then little ideas. Amila?
Thank you. A little bit of a strange question, but so is there an opportunity for us to approach the businesses or organizations that we work with as large scale to contribute to something like this?
I have not inquired into that. I know we have done that for some of our other staff events. I'm not too sure that would necessarily be something that wasn't the idea behind this request. That was more for an internal, like I said, for us to recognize our staff, not other members of the community to recognize our staff, but that's something that could be considered.
Okay, doesn't look like there's any other questions. So we'll move along to the next one, which is cost of living adjustment out of scope management.
Sure. Cost of living adjustments are, or COLA, is a percentage that would be applied to our out of scopes compensation grid. So employers, at times when we just, obviously cost of living has increased. So this is to help offset employees' wages to the day-to-day living expenses. It has nothing to do with merit. It's just driven by, I guess, the economy. So in the request, I've kind of put together just a couple of different numbers of what that could look like. It is ultimately council's decision on a percentage application applied to the compensation grid.
Just remind us what this is 4.5, right? Percent? 4.5 increase, is that?
No, 2.5.
Or 2.5?
is on the grid. So, and there's also split between, so we do have some out of scope workers that don't get covered by union increases that are not management. So we split them into two. So we have management and non-management considered separately as well for council.
Okay, gotcha.
But there is examples of what it would cost for anywhere between 2.5% and 5% on this sheet there.
I will say currently some of the data I've been receiving is that other municipalities for 2024 are considering anywhere from 2 to 4% COLA increases. Last year, the average for out of scope was 3% for other municipalities.
Okay, thank you for that. Are we going to power off on our screen, Berkeley? I see that the auto power off is there. We have how many seconds? Yeah. No, we're good. Okay, Bill, I think that's your hand up. Do you have a question?
Thank you. It says the town continues to experience high turnover. Is this turnover in direct relation to wages or are there other issues?
Yes, I guess the answer is yes to everything. From our exit interviews, there's trends from everywhere from other opportunities within the community to wages to dissatisfaction overall. So if we can increase engagement recognition programs, that helps eliminate the dissatisfaction causes, and then the COLA would help with the compensation causes.
Does that answer your question, Bill?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It doesn't look like there's any other questions. Thank you. And now cost of living out of scope, non-management.
Oh, sorry, both of those are in that one report, yes.
Okay, so we went through both of them.
Yes, so Elvira graciously separated the management, non-management numbers out, but it's under, they have the same reasoning.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So there's no other questions there. Then we will move on to citizen budget.
I think Elvira passed out the training, organizational wide
We'll do
training.
this one first.
Yeah, then she can just get those done and then we can move on. That'd be
Okay.
Great.
So we're going to move on to the addition, which was number 78, administration, organizational wide training. I believe Elvira sent that both to you, Rick and Bill. Do you have that? Bill, Rick?
Just checking.
Okay,
Thank you. I don't have it.
okay, just give us a minute. Elvira will find it and try to send it again. We should have music when we're pausing, rating. AUMA music, yeah. I was thinking more like Jeopardy music. Is it Jeopardy? Oh, was it?
I will not sing.
Did you get it, Elvira? Oh, it's sent. Okay, you should have it. We'll start, I'll let Alicia start speaking to it and you should see it in your inbox any minute.
It's here.
Perfect.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm presenting regarding organizational training programs and organizationally wide. We've had some very great success and great feedback this year on some of the trainings we've offered to our staff. So I'd love to continue the trend. We focused on some leadership and team build, our team dynamic trainings this year. Customer service is going to be another focus. So I want to continue that trend. I'm very passionate about training and development, skill development for a team. So this value of $60,000 would really help continue build that momentum and I guess skilling up our team, create knowledge. It also is a portion of retention. They found that more and more employers who put money into employee training and development is a huge reason people stay where they are.
Perfect. Questions? Colin?
So the ones that you have listed here, so that's for everybody that's here. And then I guess on a go forward basis, how do you sustain that? You know, the new people coming in kind of halfway through a year, and like, is this all delivered electronically or in person or?
Last year, we did most of it in-house. And we found there's just more participation, more tension with in-house training. However, definitely track those who aren't in attendance. I've also requested that when I do put on some organizational training that I'm provided feedback. I don't want to continue a session of training where there's no value. So if, for example, we just had a good training session last week, if I get positive feedback, there was definitely some people who were unable to attend, I would put that into the schedule for, the next following year or the year after that and create a schedule, that you can, some things we'd have to put on every couple of years. There's some trainings we do for legislative reasons, but this is definitely, I look at options as well. So if there's something that's going to be more specific to one or two people, then yes, I would be more of an online, but if I can cascade it and get more people is a lot cheaper just to bring it in-house.
Amila?
Thank you. Just curious, prior to last year, what kind of training programs did we have and how did we do them?
Prior to the year, not a lot. From what I understand, that is some of the feedback I have received, that they're very gracious for it because there hasn't been a lot of training offered to the staff overall. So part of the reason why I'm coming back is that it's been really well received and highly valued.
Okay, it doesn't look like any other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, we'll move on to our last administrative item, which is the citizen budget.
Good afternoon, Council. I'll be brief with this one. This is the budget survey that I presented the results to Council on Wednesday. So Council may remember when we brought this forward last year, this was the budget simulator that we put out to the community, and citizens could vote to increase or decrease service levels in a certain area depending on their feelings, and then weigh the importance of each budgetary item from there. The idea behind this is just to give our residents an opportunity to provide feedback into the budget and potentially help council make some of these difficult decisions when we roll into budget deliberations. So it's being brought forward again for council's consideration for next year.
Perfect, thank you. So the cost of this, because we already have it, the installation is there, so this would be, the cost is to run it, is it a licensing, is it a?
There is a cost to run the whole thing again. It is different from our pull together engagement, which is on our website there, and there's just like annual cost to keep that going. This would be like a new engagement.
So this would be a new engagement to run it.
To
the
run it
second
again,
year.
yeah.
Okay. Questions? Oh, we have a question from Bill online. Bill, go ahead.
Thank you. Is there a way to have that survey, if we should continue it, to be applicable to our residents only?
Good question.
To our residents only?
Yes.
Yes. So I spoke to our folks about how to do that, and we can certainly do that. And what I can also do when we got the survey results back, I can filter out the ones that came from others. Because there were a small percentage of people that participated from other communities, I did ask our folks that built the survey, what would this mean for the results if we took them out? And they said that the results wouldn't have made much of a difference in the information that I presented on Wednesday.
So I think that there was 168 that were from the community, and then how many?
I don't have them in
200
front of
some,
me.
yeah, in total. I can't remember. We did do the calculation because there was Parkland County, there was Wetaskiwin, there was quite a bit, right? And I think it was 161 or 162 that were actual Drayton residents.
But short answer to Bill's question is yes, you can tailor it like that. Yeah.
We could tailor it. And could we also, would there be an opportunity, remember how I had asked, are we setting those categories or priorities? Is there an opportunity to let them put in what they want, or do they have to be pre-selected?
We can add in another question that would be more like, is there something else you want? It's more of like an other category.
Yeah.
What other communities have done, like we just did, as you've seen with how Avera has presented the budget, that pie chart from the beginning.
Yeah.
And those are all of our like core service areas of funding. We went off of that. Other municipalities do it different ways. Like if we had a large capital project, it's a way to get specific feedback about that one specific thing. We just chose to more do it budget
But we
focused.
couldn't do it just free will where we wouldn't have anything and say, tell us where you'd like to see your tax dollars spent. Like, and then they can't type in outdoor sports field or something, right? Like,
We could add another question
Just
to
an
it that's
other-
open-ended. If that's more valuable to council, there's probably an alternative to this that we could look at that we could probably run in-house.
Mhm.
If that's more.
more,
you're
okay,
after.
the way we want to go. Gotcha.
Yeah, the reason why, it's because we put the numbers in and they balance their budget, right? So they say, we want more of this, less of this. And so they go through. So that's why that's why this specific one works like that. But there's nothing saying we couldn't have a section where they can just tell whatever that
Whatever
they're
they-
missing or whatever. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, okay. Colin?
Good question. So this is maybe more for council, but like, we're not looking for this to inform our budget, right? Like, we're
just.
We take it into consideration, yeah. Go ahead, Wally.
Thank you. And it helps inform the budget, but it's also like a report card, right? So if you look at that survey that we did, majority of the people are pleased with the level of service that you have, and they want you to continue that. That's a good checkbox to have as a council.
Yeah, and also to Wally's point is that when we wrap up the budget and let's say we keep services at that same, then we can say, you know, we ran the citizen budget online and, you know, we got 20% of community members responded and they said that they were happy with the services there, right? It's that we gave you a chance, you know, that citizen engagement, right? To view your opinion. So it helps us, I guess, to speak to it as well. Any other questions? Nope. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council.
Moving along to municipal services. First up, we have weed spraying. That is going to be Nick. Shelley's like, yeah, not me. Pardon? Hi, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, Council. We are bringing the weed spraying proposal back. We brought it last year. With the fires, we didn't get really a good chance to spray, and we saw really no major dandelion problem, like really at all last year. So we did get some people trained through this budget that was approved last year. With a little bit of turnover, we're just asking to replenish the budget, which is I think it's about $6,500, so we could get some more staff trained.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Any questions, Colin?
I'm just curious, so, and this is maybe more for Elvira, but like, are we gonna come back every year and revisit this? Or is this just part of what we do every
Or
year?
Shelley, maybe?
Or whomever, yeah.
Thank you. Good question, Councillor Clark. The organization has a legislative responsibility to take care of noxious weeds. And what I'm hearing is that Nick has trained staff to do that. So it would be an ongoing annual program. Whether or not we come back and ask for more funding will depend on how many weeds we have out there. I don't think you'd be asking to retrain staff every year, am I right? So it's more of a program to take care of those noxious weeds.
Correct. Yes, and through the training, we kind of realized we were a little bit underprepared. So now that some of us have been trained, we kind of know what we need to do, and overall, spraying is kind of a last ditch effort. It takes a whole program to make sure that your soil is good, everything is healthy, and throughout that we can start working it to hopefully reduce the amount of spraying that is actually necessary.
Yeah, and I guess I'm a fan of it. I want to do it. It's just my question is, do we need to come back every year for it? Is this just
No.
part of our ongoing business, or?
No, if council approves weed spraying, the reason why this came back is you had an amount approved last year, but we didn't really get the project going. And so we're going to use that money, of course, to do it this year, but they were just asking to top that up this year, but it wouldn't be an ongoing. If this is a council priority, it would just enter into our core budget and not become an ask every single year.
Okay, so the budget initially was 27,000 and then that was from last year, right? Was that the request from last year?
Yes,
Okay, so-
2023, yeah.
So the request from 2023 was 27,000. We used 6,400 or we're asking for 6,400? Oh, we used it and we want to replenish it. I guess I don't understand what the replenish part is, like.
Yeah.
To train, sorry. We needed to train some more staff. I think we realized that what was included in the whole task and what it would take, and we need to train a few more people. So we're asking for money so that we can train the people and then complete the work in 2024.
So there's still 20,000 left in the 2023 budget. We just need some additional to train additional staff.
Correct.
We had one staff member leave our department and have a new staff member in, so we want to hire that. Plus, we have to get some safety measures in place. So once we get through a whole cycle and see how it works,
yeah.
then we'll just add it to our operating budget. But we didn't really use it last year, so we wanted to bring it back just to get it topped up, and then we'll see how it goes this year.
Okay, gotcha. Sorry for.
Okay.
I'm like,
That's okay.
where or what? I'm gonna go, I'll go to Mila first and then Tom.
Thank you. So the fertilizer or the controlling substance price is included, and then ongoing, probably we won't get a budget of 27,000 probably just for the materials, right? For the year after?
Yes, correct. Yeah, the prices for the most part is the chemical spray and fertilizer itself.
Okay, and I guess big question is bees. So, we are concerned about bees and, has there been any conversation about that and impacts?
Right. Yeah, that conversation does come up quite often, and there's a little bit of when it comes to our dandelion, is kind of the main thing that looks. It sounds like we're spraying for. Some evidence saying that it does help, it doesn't help. So it's something I could definitely start looking into a little bit more, maybe even reach out to the bigger cities and see if they have some more information on it.
Thank you.
I think I was reading an article or something somewhere that was saying that the bees aren't as dependent on the dandelion as we initially thought, and that there's other species that they're more, choosy of, I guess. Thank you for that proper word, Colin. Choosy. One right out of my dictionary. Choosy. Okay, I'll go to Tom.
The only question I have, Nick, is you have all the equipment to do all the work that needs to be done if you have the right materials.
Yes, correct. Yeah, we do. We did get our sprayer back up and running this year, and just didn't quite have a chance to get into it with all the catch up we were doing.
Okay, thanks.
Perfect. I don't think we have any questions online. So wonderful. Thank you very much for that. Next up on the list is flowers. Speaking of bees, here's the flowers for the bees.
That's right, and this is how we bring them back.
That's to choosy from.
Perfect. So we've decided to bring this forward as we have heard from council and the public that an increase of flowers and a little more beautification would be a lovely addition to our town. We went through past projects where we have contracted it out, added some pictures in here. So we are looking for price. I believe it's $140,000 to bring in some more materials, refresh the dirt and nutrients, work on some of the edging and bringing the flower beds back to previous state where they were, and then to bring in some more ideas on how we can not just beautify but also bring in some interactive components of it, where maybe there's some flower beds where we can work with selfie spots, or some of the ideas were some themed beds, Barbie theme, Baby Yoda, stuff like that, to kind of increase some engagement and bring some color and life.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Any questions? Monica?
So I'm looking at the breakdown here, and it says cost of flowers 57.6. Cost of contracted services, bed prep and maintenance. So does that include watering or is that a whole separate? Like, define maintenance, I guess, of the bed flowers.
Right. Going through, picking out any of the weeds that do come up, there's always working with it, and then be watering. That would probably be a team effort of having someone come in, also bring in some education for us as well, so we can learn about it and keep up with it even better. But then we would help with some of the watering as well. It's a very, very large project.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nick. So every year, we budget some amount with the actual operations budget, I think, for maintenance and all of that. So this is over and above that you're proposing?
I'll let Shelley speak on this one.
Thanks, Shelley.
While we're waiting for Shelley to get there, I believe this is part of council's strategic plan around beautification.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry. Focusing on not tripping.
I know it's a long way to come home.
I know.
No, I was just wondering, because every year we've already budgeted some amount through the operations for maintenance and, upkeep and all of that, right? So this is over and above that we're proposing.
Yep, this would take over that budget. So we would take it out of operating and just run it through this operating project moving forward. So it wouldn't be double budgeted. That's what you're asking.
So if that's the case, how much savings would we see from the operation side of things?
$30,000.
So $30,000 savings, and we are asking for 140, so about 110 in the end impact.
We've already taken that out of the operating.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Tom?
Just one, we've been having quite a debate about zero maintenance, and do we want to, because every tree we plant, it's manpower, it's water, it's all of these things. But as Wally suggested, it's part of our, where we want to go in our strategic plan is to pick up the game, and that's the costs in order to do that. And does it include manpower costs?
What this includes is the contractor to come in with a couple of crew members, but seeing as it is very large, it doesn't include our cost of our manpower.
Yeah, and I raise it not to debate it because I think we're there. It's just a matter now of recognizing that we all need to take and understand that every time you do something, there's a price.
That's correct, yeah.
Monica?
Brings me back to the $64,091.40. If that contracted service will continuously weed and water them as to take away from our town staff.
It won't, no. So her price would be to weed, fertilize, which is a very large undertaking. And it also just bringing that knowledge to us to help train our staff to understand we're not horticulturists. So can we go back one slide? I just want to show you what she used to do for the derricks to what, and then go back down to the other slide, go the other way. That's what ours looked like. So, I mean, you're paying for that service that she's going to be teaching us and mentoring us to make sure that those flower beds are flourishing to the best of our abilities.
Tom?
And she being, and I know who she is.
Well, we would be going to tender, but she has won this bid before.
Yeah, and so it would be a contract position.
Correct.
And then just remind me too, would we tie in the 56 or 58 or certain amount of money from the architectural design? How would that play into this? The themes of these flower beds, or would that be strictly for the CTC?
So what we brought to council on Wednesday would that's just encompassing CETC,
Just
so it's not encompassing this.
Okay. 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 Any questions online? No. Okay, thank you very much. What else do we have? We have next is back truck operator. That's you. Oh, Shelley, you might as well just come and sit right down there. Stay there.
Good afternoon, council and the mayor. Stuff that we need to the town. So we want to keep that going, plus what the cost of that truck was, to utilize it better forward and use it consistently. So we want it's in there and seeing if we can.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Questions, Colin?
So currently, are we supplementing with contractors when we can't use the RVAC truck?
So yes, we're doing a little bit of that. Our trucks, we're still paying for subcontractors. When if we could have full time, there'd be a lot consistently and taking care of.
Okay, and then do you know, like, if we quantified what we pay contract wise versus what it would cost to do this?
This is, we're looking at your $1,400 a day. See, having this in-house doing this, we're going to save that significant cost.
Sorry, it's not only to replace what subcontractors do, it's to maintain our current infrastructure. So we have problems with backups happening because we don't have a good maintenance program because we can't keep the truck running. So we can't keep those lines cleaned, as well as our storm systems. We have backups within those. So this is to get the truck running every day as much as we can, and to also utilize to remove some of our subcontractor needs. We've been using it right now to do CCs when we can. The bigger jobs, of course, we would still have to supplement some of that. But otherwise, we're trying to utilize this and save the town some costs and get our service levels up on our underground infrastructure.
Go ahead, Wally.
Good job, guys. It's really, right now, my understanding is we respond when there's an issue with the back truck. And if we don't have the capacity from staff, we use contractors. So this, by hiring a back truck operator, allows us to do more preventative maintenance than just responding to a situation. Just what Shelley said.
Elvira?
And I removed just about $35,000 of costs from the operating budget that it would save us just right now as well from this position. So with the knowledge that if we don't get this operator, then I'd be having to go back and put $35,000 back into the operating budget.
So
for
when you say,
costs, for direct cost savings just for 2024.
so when you say $35,000, is that contractors' costs that
Yes.
we've paid when we've had to call out? and
Correct.
Get a contractor?
Yes, that's
Thank you, Shelley.
that's correct. We didn't want to remove it all from the budget because we really don't know what, like, we want to see what this is going to save us. So we need a year's time to really know for sure how much money we're going to cost save on this.
So how did we come up with the 35,000 then?
That's just what we've saved this year with a little bit that we've been doing. So those savings could increase, right?
So maybe could you just explain, so that's what we've saved this year with those savings. So do we not have someone on staff that can operate the vac truck now?
That's our problem. We have capacity issues with maintaining the rest of what we have to do. We don't have an operator that is strictly running
So we
it.
do have the qualified persons that can operate.
Yes.
But then they're taken away from another
Correct.
job or a piece of equipment. Okay. Tom?
Mayor, that was where I was going to go, is that if you've got a vac truck, I'm just sort of imagining what a vac truck driver looks like, and they look like everybody in town, right? So it's difficult to understand. So we need a guy, but we're actually hiring another employee that will work on other things, but they will be a qualified vac truck driver. Is that a class 3 license?
It is. No, I want this position strictly to run that truck. That truck will be on the road every day.
For the everyday thing in it?
Yep.
Understood.
Do we have enough for everyday work?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Now,
There's the potential for a lot of savings.
yes. And a lot of insurance claims that we don't have to deal with anymore with sewer backups and whatnot. So we want to be more proactive and utilize the cost of this truck. We purchased it. It was expensive and we want to make sure it stays on the road.
It was a little hard to quantify, but Shelley and I went through her budget and took out just already 35,000. So it could be more in savings. We just don't know for sure. And we don't want to cut the budget so much and then go over budget. Then that's just where we started at. But by next year, it certainly could be more than that, especially depending on when that person be hired and all that stuff.
We'll have a better picture next year. I'll just go to Amila first.
Thank you. Just from my understanding, so this is a new position we are creating. There has been contract work that we've been doing and, trying to eliminate that to bring this person in and then we'll do those in-house.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Colin?
Yeah, and I was just going to comment that, when you're doing that proactive work, you can't quantify what didn't happen either, right? So when you're doing all the proactive work, stuff doesn't happen as a result. So.
That's right.
Did you have something, you were going to say that, Wally? Thank you, Colin. Did you have something, Tom, to add?
Lastly is everybody's crying for people too, right? So we're in the mix to hire. Do we have enticements? It's a union operation that they will be unionized. So I'm just thinking, how do we compete against the oil patch, as we've always wondered that same question, right?
Right.
Well, as you know, Tom, there's a lot of extended hours in the oil patch. Not everybody's looking for that. So we have good benefits packages here at the town and believe that we can get someone in for that price that may be looking to change their lifestyle. So I do have actually a resume at my office that I was looking at that has that qualification already.
Perfect. Any other questions? Doesn't look like we have any questions online. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Moving along, Omniplex barricade. Is this you too, Billy? Okay.
Great.
She was asking about a swamper.
Okay, so we have, it's there. See you guys. Very, a lot of complaints. So we need to come up with this kind of work to kind of slow all that drift in and some high speeds throughout. So we have some options down here. Total cost is around 19,000. We go with the whole option. They can see the scales down right on option 4. Having that new pool in there and being that it's a busy popular spot, that's kind of like my area is just out in the north. And we don't want to have any safety issues or problems with little kids or anything like that around. So I'd like to have a good look at this one and see what you guys think. And go from there. Prices may go up a little bit for barricades due to inflation towards the new year. But I can't see it's not a whole lot, maybe $500.
Monica, I'll go to Monica first.
So by barricades, you're talking about like the 2-foot cement or speed bumps?
Yes, so no, it's actually the part of the minimum part installed, they have a 2 rebar and they're about this high by this, like the ones at the pool. Through strategically down.
So they can't go every way through the parking lot.
They're exactly the same size as the stalls.
Okay.
Just keep them in line. And just through that.
Donuts, okay.
Smart.
Trying to get a picture up for you guys.
Yeah, and because I was trying to imagine, and then I think you have in here 6 stop signs. So why would we have 6 stop signs?
So because everyone would be a drag out, so you'd have to have somebody stopping.
So every, like adjacent to the Omniplex MCC, there'd be a stop every,
Yeah.
there we go.
Yes. Yeah, so the barricades would be in the center of the islands, just.
Do we have it?
Yeah, I gave it to you guys this morning.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, so that would be what it would look like.
Okay, so those would all be stop signs there.
Yeah.
Okay. And how do we think about that for traffic impact assessment and having all those stop signs? Does that change anything, do you think?
Cody and I kind of sat down and we discussed this quite a bit with the CPO. And he says it's not designed like a parking lot. Normally you would break that parking lot up in that size, some way, shape or form. So he did come up with the concept and we worked together to put together the project. He doesn't believe it's going to impact traffic that much. But it would stop a lot of the stunting that's been happening in that parking lot.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of any congestion or anything else. It's a lot of stop signs, but no, I get it. The concept is great, Wally.
Just for clarification, Shelley, the stop signs are only when you're going out of the parking lot, right? It's not on the
Not on the
call it
through
ring
road around.
Left stop all around the road. It's just in the parking lot.
That's correct, yeah.
So
See where those black lines
Yep.
are? Tom, they'll be running kind of north and south there only. So they're they're the parking ones, like the same ones that are in the pool. You get when
This
you park
tall.
in the pool, they're about this tall. They're just the exact size of the painted stall. They fit perfect in there and you just go down there and they just drive them in with the rebar and done.
So no more ripping like through burning
Yeah.
donuts, doing all that. That's,
Cause they're coming in from this side here, they're coming in and they're going around these and if we have these in there, they're not gonna be able to do any of that.
yeah. Monica?
How will the barricades affect the snow removal?
So they'll be coming in and they'll come in with the grader along this side here and this side and still rule it out. So might be hour or so more. Once they get in their rhythm, it might be the same. Shouldn't cause too much because then they can just come down the center with their blower and carry on.
When I talked to the contractor about potentially doing this, because we do contract this one out, they said that wasn't going to add much time at all.
So they'll be spaced enough that they can still get through and then they'll be straight, like it won't go like this.
Yeah, they just push on either side, pull it out.
Yeah, it's all parallel. Amila?
Yeah, thank you. Just wondering, without, I'm thinking out loud, without having all those stop signs, would it be prudent to have barricades there and then having two places only to go in?
That would cause traffic impacts for sure, but it's slow traffic down in there. It might cause some traffic delays getting out of the parking lot if we were to do that. So
Okay, so we would like multiple entries to the road? That's okay.
So yeah, you'd leave it the way it is. So you'd, I guess, avoid the congestion. You'd have a tiny bit of, like, people would now have to be stopped rather than going. So it'd be a slight congestion, like say after a hockey game, but it's not closed off, not enough to that, I don't think would impact. I don't know, right?
And this, just so you know, this change was made this morning
To
here.
today, okay, because I went through this
Road
morning and I
side
see.
now through, is the actual through road now is around the side and this is done.
Okay, so remind me this morning, or remind me, where is the stop sign now?
So it's right here, right where this red one is. It's just on the edge here. We will be putting a stop bar in it, in the springtime.
So
Crosswalks are here.
when you're leaving out, that's the only place the stop sign is, and the other two are yields?
They were, and now it's just a straight through.
Oh, now it's a straight
People
through.
leaving the parking lot will have to stop and then merge when it's safe to do so.
And then there was a stop sign as you were coming out of the walking path.
It's for bikes.
Oh, it's for bikes.
Yep.
Okay, so that'll stay there.
Yep.
Stop sign will stay, stop sign adjacent to it on the west, but then north-south, whatever kind of north-south.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
I did question that stop sign too, but Cody said it is for.
It's for bikes. Okay, because I seen it there the one day and I'm like, is that the right place? We were putting in a stop sign. That's where I thought we put it. Okay. Tom?
And when do we see the implementation that we're in budget discussions now as a budget item? What do you see as implementation of?
It would be spring, like, so once the snow leaves, then we would implement it. Spring, summer.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. And lastly, we have equipment operator 1. Then I will call a quick break.
Alrighty, thanks for having me back, council. We are bringing this operating project here to ask for an additional equipment operator 1. Organization continues to grow and develop. In the addition of the parks team, the goal is not to just keep up with the day-to-day needs, but to provide focus on increasing service levels within the community, as well as opening further public recreational needs. Total cost of the equipment operator would be $78,776.
Perfect. Thank you. Questions? Tom?
Nick, an operator 1, so if I'm trying to find the scale, if I'm just entering your operation, do I start as a 3 and then go to a 1? Is that how that works? So 1, we need a top end person at this point. We're not going to train somebody to get to a 1.
Right. No, where it comes to operators, operator 1 is your base level when it comes to
Oh, it's your
operators.
base level.
Correct. Yes. We start laborers and then operators.
So light equipment, repairs, snow removal operations, things like that. And we feel the strain internally without having this additional operator?
Correct. Yes. This is where, with myself stepping up to the manager position, the operations that I was doing is now we're missing that aspect.
So there's no one doing that now that you've moved up, or sometimes we have someone maybe doing that?
Right. We do have equipment operators, but the work that I was putting in for it is now gone. So there's a little bit more strain on the team.
On the team, okay. Shelley, yeah? No, you got? Any other questions from council? Colin?
Sorry, I'm just catching up here. So this is a new position, not a vacant position, correct?
Correct.
So you get bumped up and then we just left a void there and that's how we approached it and we're gonna backfill.
Correct. So when Nick was put into the manager position, we left a lead hand position vacant, but we're proposing to add one at the bottom as an operator. And so this goes in hand with along with beautification and service levels and just maintaining those. And so last year it was definitely put a strain on the team. And so this position would help bring back and maybe even improve service levels from seeing that we do have a manager. It would improve service levels, not just keep them the same.
Okay, and then the other question is have we had a chance to look at Weyerhaeuser's proposal and what impacts that may have to?
That Freya Grant Trail?
Yes.
Yes, Shelley just did the walkthrough with Curtis not that long ago. So there's some thoughts on how we can manage that, and I'll let Shelley speak to that.
Yeah, I did meet with Warehouser, and we love the concept. Both Nick and I met with him. So they're not quite there ready to construct yet, but we were talking about like kind of brainstorming on how we would maintain it through the winters and things like that. And we thought, well, instead of maintaining it, could we not make it into a cross-country ski line, something like that along those lines? And then in the summer, we would have minimal spraying to keep the weeds down. And they wanted to do some fun interactive things, but with natural things like rocks and logs, and not like playground structures that are hard to maintain. Things that when I was a child was fun to play with outside. Yeah. It's a great idea. So we did talk to them. They need some information from us by February. So we're going to work with them on that and definitely see where we can go with it.
And are we anticipating somewhat of trail maintenance, or will that be a shared cost, or are they going to take it on?
It was a full cost to the town. So we haven't quite
Figured out.
figured
where
all
we
of
are
that
yet
out.
with
Yeah.
that. Okay.
First initial meeting, and it went well. So we've got some more planning and things to kind of figure out from there.
Okay, perfect. Elvira?
Yeah, and we would, Shelley, remind me where it was supposed to be fairly low maintenance by using chips, correct?
Yes,
Very natural.
it would be a gravel
Yeah.
type, so it wouldn't be an asphalt, so we wouldn't have to keep redoing the asphalt or maintaining that. It would be minimal weed spraying to maintain, and maybe drag it every once in a while, but we have all of that equipment already, so it wouldn't be too much I can't think of the word, but too much maintenance for us. Yeah.
And we will definitely work on what that means for when that pressure would begin, which would likely be 2025. If they're thinking of breaking ground in 2024, that maintenance would likely start in 2025. So we definitely will get a more accurate, what impact that will have to the town. But right now, we're not thinking it's going to be significant because they're consciously thinking of it before starting the project, knowing that it would have an, impact.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're definitely still in the planning stages. There's landowners that we have to have conversations with that kind of are in that area where we want to run the line or the trail through, so.
Perfect.
Camilla?
Thank you. Also, I was just going to say, probably to have that project completed would take several months or a year. So, right. So, but sorry, I'm trying to understand Nick, the situation. So, you went up to being the manager. I'm trying to understand how it's a new position, right? Because what happened to the position that you were in?
So the question is how did him leaving the union impact operations?
No. So he was in a position and he went up, there was a manager before.
The Public Works manager dealt with both Parks and Public Works. There was no manager before Nick.
Okay.
This is a new position.
Right. So there's Public Works and then there's Parks now. There's
Yeah.
two. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Tom?
So in the kernel, I think that I heard this morning, the kernel of the nugget, I think he used kernel, which is an interesting word. Yeah. The kernel in this discussion is as we continue to grow and we need more people, and this is just where we're at right now, and adjust where you can. And yeah, I see it that way. And yeah. And thought around we've been having those discussions about whether you hire or you contract, and do you buy trucks and not buy trucks. And so I think we're well on our way. And I think my last question was about this will give us a complement for a couple of years and we should be good to go.
That's correct. Yeah. Yeah, we shouldn't have to add any more full-time positions for quite some time.
Are you tracking your steps?
Yeah, I really should have worn my watch.
Elvira?
Oh, just with what we own and maintain right now, this would be sufficient. So just with the knowledge that if one council, 3 years from now built a huge new park and new trails and new this, then it'd have to be readdressed. So just with the knowledge that service levels, but also what we maintain, if either of those change, then that could change. But to keep the service levels the way that we are set right now, or that we know that is expected, with what we are maintaining, this would be sufficient.
Okay, well, perfect. Thank you very much for that. That wraps up our draft operating project list. So what I'll do is I'll call a 10-minute break, and when we come back, we will look at the project list and we will let Elvira tell us how much, if we keep everything on this list, it's going to cost us. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. Perfect. Okay, we will reconvene our meeting back at 2:25 p.m. We've done a good job going through our fee schedule and our operating projects. We're not going to get to the capital projects today. I did have a chat with Elvira for those of you that are online, and I think that we're sitting fairly good, that we made it through this. And what I'm thinking that we'll do right now is we'll, just in the essence of time, we do have some administration and council that has other places to be at 3, and we're going to start to lose some people. So what I think we'll do is just looking at the draft operating project list, I'll maybe ask council if there's anything on the list that stands out that we automatically know that we don't want. Elvira, do you have a number for us looking at everything on the list right now to keep it as is, what that percentage looks like or where we're kind of sitting? So it looks at right now for everything that's on the draft operating project list to keep is about a 10% increase for taxes that we're looking at. So we know that we have to do a little bit of cutting and where those cuts are going to come. We won't get into all of it today, but I think that if there is just a few things that stand out for any counselors, or if we feel like we can get somewhere with a couple today, I think that's a great start. On Tuesday morning, we'll come back in, we'll jump back into the capital projects, and then we'll come around back to the fee schedule and operating projects to start looking at that a little bit more. So I will open it up right now if anybody has any suggestions. Otherwise, I might throw out a couple myself. So anybody have anything that they're thinking that, no way? Monica?
I will start off with one of the bigger ones, and that's the opportunity home request. I'm not sure that the municipal government should be spending taxpayers' money on what I consider to be a privately run facility.
Thank you for that. Does anybody else want to weigh in on this a little bit? Tom?
Do we want to debate and vote today? No.
Well, no, we're not going to vote on anything, but I think if we can say, take it off, then we know we're a little bit further ahead come Tuesday, right? Like we were just kind of saying at break, I think there is a handful on here that we might be of the mind that council's saying no. So if opportunity is one of them, let's go around and just see what your thoughts are. So maybe what I'll do is I'll just go around. Tom, what are your thoughts on opportunity home?
Can I ask another question? The question is, if this is to do it all, we're at 10%.
Yeah.
If you just knocked a number of 3%, so we got $1 million, 3%, does that take us to, what does that give me, 250,000?
So I just want to also remind council that we still have a shortfall on the core with the reserve transfers were needed. Yeah, and with that in mind, this is just alone what the operating projects added would cost. So I just want to make sure that we all have the perspective, or like that you know that there's still capital projects that have an impact on our tax rate, as well as the fire and as well as the shortfall from the core operating budget. But yeah, right now, let me just look back to make sure I'm seeing the right numbers, but I believe a percent is around 130,000.
Per 1%.
Sorry?
Per 1% increase.
Yeah, in tax, in our net tax revenues.
So 1% equals around
130. I mean, I could look at, give you an exact number. I'm just.
No, ballpark's good. That's,
Yeah.
that sort of tells you that. So in reality, let's say we cut it in half. Yeah.
Yeah, because the 142 is 1.1. So yeah, between 130 and 140 would be a 1%.
No, I'm going to finish with Tom.
Oh, can I ask a question?
Can you finish first?
And so, yeah, so that's, if we get that, and then we come to the number. The difficulty that we'll have, I think, is it's hard for me to dump the vacuum truck driver with the ask guy in the room, which I may or may not, but not that you have to leave, but
These are the hard choices we
Wow.
have to make. That's why you're
Yeah.
elected.
you're putting it in front of us that way.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
fair enough.
no shying away.
Good.
So you still didn't answer, no. You still didn't answer Opportunity Home. Are you,
I'm good. I'm fair with Monica.
you're with Monica? Okay. You have a question?
Two. So the capital project that's slated for this year, the number one priorities, right? How much does that add up to, percentage wise?
That's about a $1.2 million impact on operating if all the projects got approved. So
So it's about another 8% increase.
yeah, another 10%.
We don't have a lot of new capital projects. A lot of them are,
Yeah.
there's only a handful of new capital projects.
There's a handful. And so the reason why I know that this is going to come up and we're going to look at our debt ratios and our projections and everything, but we can't, sometimes the question comes up, it's like, well, why? Well, just borrow instead of use operating. But the thing is, we quickly run out of borrowing room if we do that. And we know that we have some big projects in the next 2 years that we're going to have to borrow on. So we have to look at that in perspective. And so that's why there's that big impact on, if we put a bunch of money, over $1 million of money into reserves and we use less than $1 million every year on capital projects, then we could just use reserves, but we haven't been doing that. So we have to build our way back so that the reserves are built up so that you don't have to make that choice the year of necessarily. You commit to 1.2 million into reserves. And then the next year, when you're evaluating it, you have $1 million to spend on capital. That doesn't necessarily have an impact on that year's taxes, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Because that's a hard thing to do. And I know, Wally and I've touched a little bit on that already, but yeah, you want to make sure that you're putting so much into reserves so that when you're doing capital, you don't have to think of those things of having an immediate that year's tax impact. That way, you're saving money and you're using the savings. Whereas right now we don't have savings. So you have to raise that money as you go is essentially, we do have some reserves.
Okay.
But we're trying to build them back up.
We do, and it's easier if the reserves were there than building up, right? So that's where we are here. So going back to my question, so that 1.1 million, was it all new projects or some existing project carry over?
Mostly new projects. The projects carried forward, like the roads and the distribution projects are, so the road will borrow on. We'll have to borrow on. Hoping that there are some grants that will offset some of that borrowing. And the distribution project is the other big one that's returning. And we're hoping to get a big chunk of grants for that. So those two are not impacting the operating this year. Those are being funded by other means, but the rest of the projects have an operating impact, either operating or borrowing on. So yeah, there's some equipment. I mean, you have the list in front of you if you want to go through, but.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think Bill has a question online or a comment, Bill?
Yeah, well, I guess my comment is this, that before I start making cuts anywhere, I would like to know what our total budget is, where we're at today, what our MSI, how that's going to affect everything. Right now, I just don't feel that it's enough information for me to start saying, well, we're going to take this out, take that out, take this out. And not knowing really how and what we're going to get at the final result.
So, well, we know we do have to make some cuts, Bill. So right now, if we were to keep everything on this draft operating project list, we're looking at a 10% tax increase just for the operating. And then now we have to look at our reserves
dollars that are
Correct.
going into our reserves. Plus, we have to look at our capital projects. So we're right around maybe 22% tax increase sitting at right now. So if we can get ahead of the
Recognize-
ball game
I
and just
recognize
knock
what-
off a couple.
Recognize what you're saying. But I'm also do not have the full picture in order for me to say, let's start cutting here, let's start cutting there. I know what you're saying.
So sorry,
right
Bill,
now-
what information do you need from me to start? MSI and gas tax, we've been saving on the road project. So there is no projects, there is no money there to use on other projects. And that's why this year is so difficult, is because we've been saving all our gas tax for this project, and our MSI are all saved for projects already. Like there's no, it's all built in. So there's no money there. So everything has to be either debt or tax funded this year.
And what do we
I
have
will
to carry? We got nothing to carry forward?
from MSI and gas tax.
Anything?
No,
Nothing, no.
we have some landfill, most of our reserves are around the landfill and it has to be used as part of landfill. But for just most of our infrastructure projects, there's not reserves left for that.
Wally, did you have something to add?
Well, just, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I was just going to add that the full picture on operating is there. And I think what Mayor Dodds is trying to do is to say, okay, well, the full picture of operating is here. Is there any quick hits that we can knock out so that when you do come down to the real tough decisions next week, then, you don't have as many to go through. And so I think the Councillor Sheriffs has made a suggestion on one that's a large number and was also not approved by the county. So that, I think that's the process that the mayor is trying to go through. If there's any quick hits, if you're not comfortable making that, then that's with you and the mayor.
I know, I appreciate what you're saying, and I totally understand what you're saying. It's just that when you look at taking this approach, we're going to have to cut basically 95% of this. So pick and choose, I guess.
Mm-hmm. And that unfortunately is the reality of it, Bill. Whether we do it today or Tuesday or Wednesday, it has to be done. So I think the question at hand is, how is everyone feeling for Opportunity Home? I think that's a large amount that we can have a discussion around right now. Monica's saying that she doesn't feel that it's a responsibility of the taxpayers and not to fund that. Tom is on board with that. Are you willing to weigh in on that, Bill?
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with that. It's got to come out.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Rick?
Yes, cut it.
Okay, I'll go to Colin. Okay, Anamila? Okay, and I'm the same. So yeah, that is one that we'll be removing from the draft operating project list. I think it's a great resource to have in our community. I do wish them the best of luck, and I think that any way that we can be advocating for them to get accredited and to be going after those provincial dollars, again, as Mr. Reeve Guion says all the time, it's those issues that we need to be advocating loud and clear at the province. So this is something definitely I think we add to that list, and we can get behind them in that. But yeah, it's a difficult one to ask the taxpayers to pay for it for sure. So we do have one. Is there anything else that sticks out for anybody that would be another one? Monica?
I think we all agreed on the ECDC roof replacement or color change. So we might as well just get that one out because
okay,
15 into 50 years is just not, it doesn't need to be replaced. It might as well stay red.
Okay, so we're talking about number 66. That was the facility branding. And the additional 27,000 would be just for replacing the roof at the ECDC and doing that. To my understanding, that all the other branding that was still to happen at the MCC, the Omniplex, the CTC with the banners, and I think a little bit of signage change and just office and stuff. That is still to go ahead because that was included in the 2023 capital or project list, right? Okay, so yeah, that's where that would be. So that would be removing this for the additional. Tom, how do you feel about that? Yeah, removing that. Amila? Amila? Oh, sorry. You got to use your mics though, guys. Colin?
Yeah, I'm fine removing that.
Okay. Bill?
I'm fine with that.
Rick?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And I'm in agreement with that. So that's 2. Anything else that sticks out?
I would
see
like
you're
to
just
suggest
holding-
the flowers.
Sorry, Bill?
Flowers
Flowers.
and 40,000.
Okay. Who wants to weigh on that first? Wow. Monica?
Well, I'm not going to remove the flowers, but looking at their breakdown, and if you just let me go to page 63, paying $64,000 for the contractor, I find it a little bit steep. So maybe just cutting it down, maybe, I'm trying to find that page for the breakdown. Yes, so we have 57,600 for the cost of flowers. And then the bed prep and maintenance at $64,000. I'm questioning that amount because I think that's a little bit steep. And obviously we have to do some cutbacks, so I think that's where they should be done. Sorry.
If you're looking at flowers or an equipment operator, I think I would pick the equipment operator.
Thank you for your comments, Bill. And Monica, do you want to go ahead, Wally? Did you have a
Thank you. comment
there?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and I can appreciate that, Councillor Sheriffs. However, if a project is presented and you choose to cut a piece of it, then that project is no longer a project, it's a piece of a project. So understand that if you cut the contracting, the size and the scope of what we're able to do will shrink accordingly.
I understand it. I understand that. I'm all for making our town beautiful. I'm just not sure this is the year to be spending $140,000 on flowers. Seeing how we're looking at 20% tax increase if we do everything that's on the list.
Tom?
Yeah, and my only argument on the flowers would be is that don't take the contractor out because that's, the contractor's what's making it happen. If we can buy less flowers or different flowers, or we've still got to have the contractor, so. So I wouldn't completely take the 140 out, I just would figure out a way to
Cut it down a little bit.
enhance it.
I'm not saying cut it out. I'm not removing, I'm not suggesting removing the 140. Just
Just
cutting
if we
it
can
back,
get the number
take it
down.
off a little bit by like 40,000 maybe.
So I don't know if this properly came through when it was presented, but we could go back to what was done last year and that would cost around 30,000. We could just go back to what was done last year, but with the comments about more flowers, more beautiful, back in the day, we remember those days when we had, we were winning awards. So this is to bring it back up to that. So I just want to make sure council knows, like, you don't necessarily have to pick this, but that's why this specific project was brought forward.
To support the strategic plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree. I'd love to have these flowers again. I just think that the fires cost us so much that we just can't, it wasn't, we didn't see that coming. So.
Colin?
And this is going to go to tender as well. Doesn't necessarily mean that this is going to be 140 grand.
Correct.
So other contractor could come in and do it for way less. Who knows? So, I mean, it sounds like we're kind of up in the air with this one, but can I throw another one out that would probably be pretty quick? Building
Sure.
rehab for museum. I'm a fan of cutting that one.
Sorry, which?
Building rehab.
Oh, building
number
rehab for a
page
museum.
14.
Yeah. I'm the same. Take it out. Monica?
Do we take it out or would we consider, like Colin mentioned earlier, maybe splitting it into like 3-year payments of 11,170 or whatever it would come to yearly? Instead of throwing the whole amount all at once, because I mean, they're not gonna get it done all in 1 year. So just putting in like $10,000 a year for the next 3 years commitment to the rehab of that building.
I'll go around and see. Colin saying cut it, Monica saying split it. Amila?
Yeah, I think for this year, cut it, it's a tough year, maybe it'll be easier next year
Yeah.
to budget for that. Also, we are supporting them with the gazebo.
The gazebo.
as well.
Yeah,
So
I would agree with
they-
you. I'm going to go to Rick online and I'll go to Rick first and then Bill for comment. We did end the flower bed conversation just because there was a bit of more debate around that. We'll save it till next week. So we've moved on to the building rehab for the museum. And we have 2 no's and 1 if we could split it between 3 years. So I'll go to Rick first.
I'd say cut it. Tell them we just simply can't afford it this year.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Bill?
Gotta be deferred.
Deferred? Okay, so we're cutting it and maybe talking about it next year? Tom?
The only comment, I guess, is if the rain comes and it pours all over, that's the whole point. So trying to connect it and keep it with the rain off. But I'm with you that this isn't the year. They'll just have to suck it up. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this isn't the year. And if the rain comes, we'll have more in the fire budget. That's for sure. Right? We want the rain. So unfortunately, we want the rain. Okay, so that one is been cut, the 33,500. I will bring up one perhaps, is the RCMP administrative assistant. There's 2 full-time positions there. I would either say 0 or 1. And yeah, just seeing at where we're at right now, I would go with 1 as a placeholder, seeing how much we can trim off the other parts of the budget, seeing if an application has gone through for another provincial. I think that the bathrooms are an urgency over there too. So that's where I am. So maybe I'll go Monica.
I agree with you. I'd be okay with hiring 1 assistant.
Okay, Amila?
I would push that for next year as well.
All of it?
All of it.
All of it for next year?
I think we need more clarity on what exactly impact that would bring with the changes that proposed for the criminal code and all of that. So we will have more information by end of next year, I think, when we go through the budget cycle. But so far, just adding 2 more, I don't know what kind of impact that will see on the ground for myself.
Okay. Colin, did you want to weigh in?
And I guess, like they're looking to switch to the watch method, and I just don't know what kind of impacts that would have to this. I'm a fan of supporting them. It's just a matter of it's a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm okay with 1, I think. 1 or none.
1 or none? Tom?
I'm a fan of throwing some support behind our RCMP, and so I think I'd live with the 1 as well.
Okay. Rick?
Yeah, I'd go 1 or none as well. It seems like we're always getting an ask from the RCMP, and there's a lot more dollars coming up too with the building and stuff. Geez. But anyway, 1 or none for me.
Okay. Bill?
My position at this time is 0 and give the program a year to operate and see how it goes. They may have sufficient staff on hand now to be able to do it. By restructuring your internal people, I know they're at the watch system. They got 4 watches that they had people looking after it before, so I'm not sure why they wouldn't have the same people looking after it now.
Thank you for that, Bill. Okay, so we have got rid of a couple. How many have, what is that so far? We've got rid of Opportunity Home. We've said no to that. We've said no to the building rehab for the museum. I think we'll start with the one. It's just that there was a consensus for the one RCMP assistant. And then as conversations go, we'll go see how that goes. One between the 0. What was the other one? I thought we had 4. Well, we talked about flowers, but we didn't go anywhere with that.
The one thing in,
Just the
sorry,
3 so far? Did we talk about ECDC?
yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, with facility branding. That's right. I was thinking ECDC, that assist or the other assistant. Oh, yeah, and we got rid of the assist. So how many percentage and how much is that? Oh, we're down to 7.5. See, good job, everyone. That's, well, it's not a good job, everyone. I'm sorry to administration, but it's a good job that we're working through this.
Why don't we
The
go
one
through
thing
the
though-
ones that we want?
What's that? I think
Don't
we'll
we
do
go
that
through-
next week, Bill. We only have about 10 minutes left, so I just wanted to see if there was a couple that stood out for anybody. We'll go through them one by one next week, so.
The one thing I was gonna bring up though too is that Sustainable Housing Initiative. I think the real dollars there are 7,000 instead of the 33,500.
So you think the real number is 7,000 because of
Yeah.
the grant?
Yeah.
Is that why?
So if you consider the grant, right?
So we could say no, but if we get the
Contingent on the
grant,
grant?
contingent on the grant. Yes? And then it'll be about 7? Okay. Okay. How does everyone feel about that? Agreed? Okay, Bill and Rick, that was Sustainable Housing Initiative. That would be contingent on the grant. If we get the grant, then it lowers it to 7,000.
Yeah, I'm good.
Need clarity on that. Yep.
Okay, thank you. And then I think I'm going to wrap it up here. So if there's maybe one other thing that anyone can see that stands out. I could throw one. Do you have one, Tom?
I'm thinking of the triage business retention. It's not much, but expansion survey, maybe I just didn't understand it well enough. Or if it's a continuation of what we've been trying to do. So we've got this and we've got that. We just need to tie it in. I don't want to lose sight of that. The fact that we're just about the end of the race and then we throw out the bikes, right? So I don't know. I didn't quite understand it.
I know that our next council meeting, Kundi is going to be bringing forward a few grant applications, so this could fit under there. So this could be one where we say contingent on granting applications and successfulness. If there is for this, then we keep it. If not, then we don't, or we maybe get a little more information. Is that, yeah? Did I miss anything, Molly?
Just some clarity around the report coming forward. So it's just the grant list that went out and what we're applying for, what we're trying to apply for before the deadline.
Okay. Amila, and then I'll go Amila Collin.
Sure, no, I was going to say the same, Tom. And also the gap analysis that we are doing, I would like to see how that goes as well as what usefulness would that have when we have that report.
Yeah.
Also, I would like to know what kind of usefulness we have with this report as well.
Okay, so where are we at kind of with the 10,000? Are we all, if we? Yeah, the triage. Bill or Rick, any comments around that?
Yeah, I'd be fine with eliminating that.
With that.
Yeah, okay. And then lastly, I will just throw one, when I look at employee recognition program, $50,000. I would say cutting that, maybe, and Alicia's not here right now, but maybe seeing what 2 barbecues a year would, you know what I mean, cost. And then if that's 10, 15,000 or something, I still want to make sure that we're recognizing and having those special, just appreciation to the staff. But I think we could maybe try to do it for potlucks or I don't know, something, right? So maybe if we can just, once Alicia, yeah, at least half. Yeah, let's cut it and see. Okay, sure. We'll do it 20 and then we'll come back and see. 20, no, we'll leave it, or 20,000 is what we'll put in there at. Is that what you meant, Monica? Okay. Bill and Rick, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I think for now, anyway, we may have
Yeah.
to come back and revisit it if we can't, trim enough here.
Yeah, exactly. This is just a start, right? So we can come back and revisit some of these. I think it's just a little bit easier. Yeah, thank you. So I think that we've eliminated a few today. We have many difficult discussions ahead of us, but I think this is a start. Like I said, we'll come back, think about it, I guess, council over the weekend about the list that's been presented. The number that we're at, Elvira said we've probably maybe trimmed, now we're at about 7% here for our operating. We still have another 12 to consider for the other end of the project list. So we will have harder discussions come next week. So think about that over the weekend. Great job, everyone. It will be a little bit more difficult next week when we're having to really think about it. It's not that these can't get done, but maybe just it's not the year that they get done, right? So we'll see where it is. And I think that we have to keep in mind that if there's grants available, we need to get heavy and hard with those grants and, advocating at that provincial level and pushing where we can get every little cent, I think. And yeah, trying to get to, I think that an increase or a rate that we feel is more palatable for the community. So thank you, everybody. We will reconvene for the second half of this agenda on Tuesday morning, jumping in to the capital projects, then circling back around to operating in the fee schedule. So thank you, everyone on the line. Hopefully you get better if you're not feeling well. Have a fantastic weekend. Thank you for listening and weighing in on the conversation. Thank you again to our admin for everything that you do, your hard work. Go enjoy the weekend. Some of you have festive celebrations. Others, put your feet up, relax, and we'll see you back on Monday, Tuesday. In the meeting at